Please, you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Chairperson. Good morning, honorable commissioners, National Human Rights Commissions here present, NGOs, distinguished state delegates, and all present here. The Gambia has made progress in implementing the government white paper on the TRRC report. Key legislative steps include the enactment of the Criminal Offences Act of 2025, Special Accountability Mechanism TRRC Act of 2024, and the Special Prosecutors Office Act of 2024 to prosecute ex-President Jammeh-era human rights violations. 2 landmark convictions in Switzerland for former Interior Minister Usman Sonko and former jungler Michael Sankoria in the United States of America, both for crimes of torture under Jammeh's regime, mark major steps towards accountability. The Victims' Reparation Commission has been operationalized. However, concerns persist over the slow pace of implementation, with calls for greater urgency and political will to deliver justice for victims. As to the right of freedom of assembly and association, on the 22nd of August 2025, members of Gambian-led Looted Assets Gala assembled at Pura head office to submit a letter to the authorities stating their opposition to newly imposed floor tariffs for GSM data bundles. The assembly was met with a forceful response from armed officers of the Gambia Police Force, who ordered the dispersal of the protesters and arrested 23 individuals. The National Human Rights Commission, in a press statement, condemned the actions of the police officers, raised concerns about the treatment of the protesters, urged guarantee of the right to freedom of assembly, and recommended for the repeal of the Public Order Act. Rights of women and girls. The National Gender Policy 2025 to 2034 was launched in 2024 by the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, prioritizing the elimination of sexual and gender-based violence against women and girls. Despite this commitment, gender-based violence remains a serious issue. In 2024 alone, the Gender Information Management System Center, established to facilitate safe and confidential reporting, recorded 398 cases. These included 188 cases for rapes, 70 sexual assaults, and 71 physical assaults, highlighting the ongoing prevalence of violence against women and girls in the country. The Gambia banned the female genital mutilation in 2015. However, only 3 convictions have been secured, with a case ongoing presently. Following the case brought before the Supreme Court by the National Assembly member and other interested parties, the Almami Jiba versus the state, also called the FGM case, seeking a declaration that Section 32A and 32B of the Women's Amendment Act of Number 11 of 2015 is inconsistent with several provisions of the 1997 Constitution, and therefore ultra-virus, null and void, and seeking an order striking down the impunged provisions from the Women's Act of 2010. The National Human Rights Commission filed an application before the Supreme Court to be joined as a defendant, which was opposed by the state. Unfortunately, yesterday, the state ruled and rejected this application. Rights of persons with disabilities. The Gambia has made notable progress in advancing disability rights through the Persons with Disability Act of 2021. The establishment of the National Advisory Council in 2023 and the development of a national disability strategy to guide inclusive policy reform. However, implementation challenges persist, particularly in enforcing the Act and ensuring accessible public infrastructure, which continues to hinder full societal participation for persons with disabilities. Children with disabilities face significant barriers to accessing education due to poor school infrastructure, limited inclusive schools, especially in rural communities, inaccessible transport, and insufficient media accommodations such as sign language interpretation. Persons with disabilities have limited employment opportunities as most workplaces lack accessible infrastructure and assistive technologies, which make it difficult for them to effectively fulfill their roles. Political representation remains low, with only 138 local councillors and none of the 53 members of parliament identifying as persons with disability. Discrimination, stigma, and financial constraints further restrict participation. Since the ratification of CRPD in 2015, the Gambia has not submitted its required reports, highlighting the need for sustained efforts to ensure timely reporting. Business and human rights. Sand mining in the Gambia has led to significant environmental damage and human rights violations, particularly in Gunjur, where private lands and ecosystems have been encroached upon. The shift to dredging poses further risk to coastal and marine life. Governance in rural resource management remains weak, with license laws and inconsistently applied and transparency lacking. The 2023 draft fisheries amendment has not been implemented, and the enforcement of the existing regulations is poor. The fisheries sector suffers from overfishing, pollution, and competition between artisanal fishers and industrial trawlers. Fish meal factories contribute to coastal degradation, and a bilateral agreement with Senegal allowing 250 boats in Gambian waters have raised concerns over food security due to inadequate monitoring. The government has lacked illegal fishing, mining, and lodging as contributors to land degradation and food shortages. Moreover, the UN guiding principles of business and human rights are not widely known or promoted in the Gambia, and no national action plan has been adopted to guide responsible business conduct. Recommendations. The state will permit and place it before the National Assembly for enactment. The Ministry of Interior and the Office of the National Security to enhance the capacity of law enforcement officials on policing of public assemblies. The state to popularize the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights and develop a national action plan on business and human rights and provide adequate resources for its implementation. Strengthen enforcement of the Women's Amendment Act of 2015 through collaborations between the Ministry of Gender and the police force, and diligently prosecute those who violate the female genital mutilation or cutting legislation. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare and the Ministry of Justice to promote awareness and education on anti-FGM legislation among communities and religious and traditional leaders. The police to ensure prompt investigation, prosecution, and accountability for sexual and gender-based violence with adequate redress for survivors. Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare to allocate sufficient resources to support the effective implementation of the National Gender Policy of 2025 to 2034 across all sectors. And the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare to provide adequate financial and technical support to the National Advisory Council to effectively carry out its functions under the Persons with Disability Act of 2021. I thank you.
The Commission thanks you and takes due note of your recommendations and its statement. I'd like to invite the National Human Rights Commission of Sudan. You have 7 minutes, please.
Chairperson of the African Commission on Human People Rights, Mr. Idris, I would like to congratulate you on your election. We also congratulate to the Vice Chairperson, Mr. Hatim Saim, commissioners, heads of national human rights institutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I am delighted at the beginning of this important session to express our appreciation to the African Commission for holding this 85th session, ordinary session, which is an important platform for the discussion of human rights in Africa and exchange expertise and opinions on how to protect human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, as in my capacity as National Human Rights Commission of Sudan, we would like to present to you the gloomy situation of human rights in Sudan since the eruption of the war in Egypt. It came as a result of international or external conspiracy. About 17 countries are using and supporting the RSF as an instrument, and they are mainly financed by the UAE, and this has affected had it not been the support of the army, our country would have been under occupation, modern day occupation. Yes, this is not the classical, it's not classical colonization, but modern type of occupation. And people are being openly from their home. A number of countries are also used to participate in this conspiracy because of money. And if had the government not countered this conspiracy, the country would have been occupied, and it would have overspilled or spilled over. I'm sorry, into neighboring countries and other African countries. Human rights violations have now attained unprecedented levels as over 150,000 persons have been killed and nearly the same number have disappeared. And as you know, the Guinea city has been the main target, especially the people and the tribe that are there, and they have suffered seriously from the RSF's attacks. And also in Kordofan, Aljazair, there are over 1 million refugees and displaced. That's nearly a quarter of the population of Sudan. And there are 6 to 80 million displaced persons within the country, and others where people have left for Egypt and other neighboring countries. And this is this most serious refugee crisis in Africa. The RSF also commits sexual violence, and they use girls and women as weapons. And there are about 130,000 situations when it comes to these types of crimes all over the country. Number 4. And some girls have also been kidnapped and sold at just about $100 in total violation of human rights and also destruction of infrastructure. And it is well organized, and over 120 universities and higher institutions have been destroyed. And the infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, and water infrastructure have also been damaged and destroyed. And government institutions, markets, and all types of installations have been destroyed. As for the health sector, it has totally collapsed. And this has led to the spread of epidemics and many diseases. Number 6, the siege, fascists are diligent, up till now, these country areas are being besieged by the RSF. And all this has led to the displacement of the people, and they are being denied assistance, even for United Nations agencies. And up to this now, their government cannot work with its partners in order to help those people. As for the arming of mercenaries in Africa and from outside Africa is a real threat to human rights and also the sovereignty of African peoples. And we are convinced that had Sudan not faced and confronted this phenomenon, many other African countries would have been faced with such a problem. So I believe that the Commission should give special attention to this, which is a major challenge to our continent. Mr. Chair, in my statement, I have just transmitted to you a succinct image and of the situation. I'm sorry, a picture of the situation in Sudan. So I think the international community and Africa should intervene and help. So Sudan, the government of Sudan is also calling on the Commission and all African countries to stand with it in order to overcome these threats and that endanger this future of our continent. I will also call on member countries of the African Union and the Commission to deal with the situation despite the fact that we appreciate the work of the Commission. We would like the Commission not to just do things virtually and do something concrete with regard to the situation in Sudan. Thank you for your kind attention.
The Commission takes due note of your statement and thanks you. I'd like to invite the National Human Rights Commission of Algeria, Mrs. Fatima Karaja. You can take the floor for 7 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Excellency, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates from states, members of the National Human Rights Commission and the civil society. Please accept my greetings and compliments from the National Human Rights Commission of Algeria. I'd like to start by informing you about the achievements of the period under review. The Commission started a process of enrollment to support the work of regional delegates in pointing out the screening and of situation of human rights violation in order to cover as much national territory as possible. As you know, Algeria is a very big country in every sense of the word, as well as the geographical plan. You need to develop ideas to cover all situations, especially we have recruited among journalists, among civil society organizations, especially in the region of the south and the border regions, which are somewhat distant. Having said this, I would like to inform you about the field work and the supervision of human rights. The Commission is great importance on its oversight mandate and supervision, and in this light, we conduct regular field visits, especially in custodies, be it in the police or the gendarmerie and prison establishments. That's where risk of violation, past and present, especially in health and social structures, to welcome, to host refugees, abandoned children, in order to make recommendations and, if need be, intervene urgently through the Mediation Commission. Secondly, I wanted to talk to you about the approach of the issue of gender-based violence, because this is recurrent. We know that in Algeria, the legal arsenal helps to protect the women, especially the amendment of the Penal Code, the 2015 law, and other legal provisions that protect women. But in actual fact, it is happening otherwise. The effectiveness of these laws are not highlighted. The CEDAW committee, in collaboration with the Women Commission of the Human Rights Commission, the Women Organization of Civil Society, produced a memorandum on advocacy to have a one-stop shop in order to enable women to inform about the violence that they are suffering, and so that they can be managed. This was disseminated to all institutions and organs of the Republic, and we had the pleasure to see the heads of state who instructed the Executive Department concerned to speed up the implementation of existing laws through operational mechanisms for the effective protection of women who have suffered violence. I can't say all this without acknowledging the approach of the migratory issue in all its complexity. It's also of interest to the Human Rights Commission. We set up intersectoral committee to monitor the issues closely and for training, screening, awareness raising among people who are affected. This has been what has been observed is that in the structures, in all the wilayas where we went to, children are going to school. migrants benefited, this regardless of their situation of health care. Uh, so the only problem is that for the children who are enrolled is the language, and sometimes it's difficult for them to adapt. But they are actually enrolled in schools. Moreover, the commission also undertook an activity with the regional. We also did with the United Nations organ to develop a training system, because the commission their appointments once in a while, and so we want to build the capacity of the existing ones through in intensified training that will enable the commission to finalize the report that are still pending. So we undertook a strategic partner for sustainable impact, and an MOU was signed with the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights for this training and the training of organizations that work in the civil society, the police, the gendarmerie, all those who are stakeholders in the issue of in the area of refugees. I'd like to conclude by summarizing my statement. I'd like to inform you or announce with pleasure the establishment in Nigeria, the network of women mediators for peace is under the action plan for the implementation of Resolution 1325, and and the Nigeria's seat in this Security Council. The High Commission wants to concretize this by setting up a national uh, mediator network from that will be made up of people from various regions of the country and with various sociocultural backgrounds. So this women mediations is of high interest to us. We heard today and yesterday interventions that they were talking about this issue of women's situation in conflict, and women as preferred targets. They are used as warlords, and the special rapporteur actually focused on this. They're sexual slaves, they're mutilated, they're massacred, and for those who survive, they have the power to transform their trauma as a resistance to all tests, because women are determined to be protectors, to be feeders, because they for because women are natural protectors, and they feel obliged, regardless of the situation, to reestablish, to provide care to their loved ones, feed them, and so are we going to say that women mediation is useful? I think it is even indispensable. If we don't take care of victims in conflict situation, if we don't deal with the issue of victims, we're only returning to rebound later. So for all these issues, we set up this network to rebuild and to inject the seeds of peace. Women are here. Women mediation is therefore more than necessary. Therefore, the Commission affirms in the Commission to promote human rights fully, which is the bedrock for peace and development in a sustainable manner. Thank you very much.
We thank you, and we commend you for your activities, and we hope that we would like you to liaise and always liaise with the rapporteur special in this regard. Now, Kenya, you have the floor. Kenya. National Commission, Human Rights Commission of Cameroon. Neither, they are not here. The National Human Rights Commission of Zimbabwe. Human Rights Commission and Governance of Tanzania. National Human Rights Commission of Senegal. So we have now exhausted the list of those who requested the floor. Now I will now request the delegate of the Gambia to address the audience for 7 minutes. You have the floor, sir.
Earlier this year, we enacted the Victim Reparation Act and inaugurated the Victim Reparation Commission in April of this year. The Commission is now operational, delivering support to victims through compensation and psychosocial care. And a reparation fund is being capitalized. Dedicated medical support has also been reinstated through the medical board, with dozens of victims already receiving care. On accountability, a historic step was taken in December 2024 when ECOWAS approved the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the Gambia. Together with the Special Criminal Division of the Judiciary and the Office of the Special Prosecutors, this completes the legal pathway to prosecute serious human rights violations committed between 1994 and 2017. Through mutual legal assistance with partners such as Switzerland, Germany, and the United States, perpetrators have been brought to justice with conviction already secured in foreign jurisdiction. On governance and the rule of law, we continue to modernize our legal and institutional framework to align with democratic values and international standards. Our criminal code and criminal procedure reforms are ongoing as new legislations are enacted and preparation to operationalize the Anti-Corruption Commission are at advanced stage. Judicial reforms, including digitization of court processes, capacity building for judges and magistrates, and measures to enhance judicial independence and efficiency, are progressing steadily. Access to justice is being widened through expanded legal and mobile courts, ensuring that justice reaches even the most remote communities in the Gambia. We also continue to safeguard civic space, protecting freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly, and we value the indispensable contribution of civic society and the National Human Rights Commission in in this shared mission. On social development and human capital, Mr. Chair, the Gambia is investing heavily in its people. We are expanding access to healthcare and education while closing the digital divide, particularly in underserved communities. This year, we launched the Sahel Women Empowerment and Democratic Dividend Plus, otherwise SWED Plus, project with World Bank support. This flagship program places girls and women at the center of national development, creating safe spaces, offering vocational and life skills training, and supporting the delay of early marriage so that potential becomes opportunity. We are improving rural school infrastructure, advancing inclusive learning for children with disabilities, and integrating digital tools into classrooms. Targeted programs continue to empower women, youth, persons with disability, and migrant returnees, ensuring that no one is left behind. On female genital mutilation, otherwise FGM, Mr. Chair, the Gambia acknowledges the recent national debate on FGM, which has drawn strong public attention and diverse opinion. In March of last year, the National Assembly considered a private member bill seeking to repeal provisions of the Women's Amendment Act 2015, which criminalizes the FGM. Although the bill advanced to its second reading, the legislative process was overtaken by a constitutional challenge now before the Supreme Court. The court is examining the constitutionality of the 2015 Act following the first prosecution brought under that law. The government maintains its position of non-interference with the judicial process in full respect of the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary. While awaiting the court's determination, the Gambia reaffirms its commitment to the protection and empowerment of women and girls, consistent with our Constitution and the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol. The government continues to promote community dialogue, education, and public awareness to advance women's health, dignity, and the rights through lawful and participatory means. On climate change and human rights, the Gambia recognizes the intersection between climate change and human rights, from coastal erosion and erratic rainfall to threats to food security that impact rural communities most severely. We are scaling up adaptation by investing in renewable energy, ecosystem restoration, and climate-smart agriculture and water management. As a low-emission but high vulnerability country, we continue to rely on strong international partners, including the IMF Climate Resilient Package, to build a sustainable, resilient future for our people. Finally, Mr. Chair, the Gambia remains open to constructive and fully engaged with this Commission and with our partners. We recognize the challenges of capacity and resources, but we remain determined, with support from our friends and allies, to consolidate justice, strengthen institutions, and ensure that no one in our country is left behind. As the proud host of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Gambia stands ready to continue leading by example, promoting African solidarity and advancing the shared vision of the Africa we want, one founded on integrity, equality, and justice for all. I thank you for your kind attention.
La Commission vous remercie pour votre déclaration, apprécie positivement la volonté exprimée de renforcer le dialogue constructif avec elle et vous donne acte de votre déclaration.
Statement, and we will collaborate with you. The list of states is now closed. I would now like to receive the statements of civil society organization. We have a list of requests for the floor, and I'll give them the floor up to 11. That is just before break. I will start with African human rights institutions. But before that, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire, you have 7 minutes. Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor. Allow me, first of all, to congratulate you as well as the Vice Chairperson on your election and wish you full success and Godspeed in your mission or task. Yes, Mr. Chair, Cote d'Ivoire, my country, has been invited by the West African Human Rights Network to guarantee the rights of human rights defenders in Cote d'Ivoire. So the Cote d'Ivoire delegation would like to reassure the Commission that the rights of human rights defenders are guaranteed in Cote d'Ivoire. You will recall, Mr. Chair, that profoundly attached to the respect of human dignity, my country, Cote d'Ivoire, is part of among the countries that which in the country have a law that protects and promotes the rights of human rights defenders. Yes, indeed, since June 2014, Cote d'Ivoire has enacted law on the protection of human rights and defenders, and in observance of this law, a mechanism of human rights defenders, rights of human defenders has been implemented. As within that committee, there was a committee also established. Within that commission, defenders of human rights are represented by one of their members, appointed by their peers freely. And that committee is operational. It is important then for us to clarify this point and indicate to the Commission that yes, indeed, the rights of the defenders, human rights defenders, are guaranteed in my country. So this is the statement that I wanted to reiterate to you and express my delegation's gratitude to Your Excellency, Chairperson of the Commission. Thank you. The Commission also thanks you and takes note of your right of response. I now call on the national networks, African Human Rights Networks. Yes, the African National Networks, Human Rights Network. Gilbert Savio, you have the floor. Is he here?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The Commission would like to thank you. I kindly request the representatives of civil society organization to do it at the rostrum here. So, Lawyers for Human Rights, Rosalind Andley, you have the floor for 5 minutes. Use the podium or the rostrum. It's not good. Sound quality is poor.
Justice and perpetrators are held accountable. The government has restricted freedom of expression, and journalists continue to get arrested, and a private media house is being subjected to prosecution. Furthermore, Zimbabwe's health sector continues to deteriorate with devastating consequences for citizens. The withdrawal of foreign development aid in early 2025 has triggered severe disruptions in health programs, leaving patients facing interruptions in essential treatment. Zimbabwe is also experiencing a growing substance abuse crisis among its youths, which has been marked by widespread use of substances such as crystal meth, codeine, cough syrups, and other harmful illicit drugs. The substance abuse crisis calls for the government to take decisive action to deal with peddlers of these substances. Furthermore, access to higher and tertiary education in Zimbabwe remains constrained and inaccessible, and in some instances it has been disrupted by unresolved and prolonged industrial action by lecturers protesting low wages and deteriorating working conditions. Environmental rights continue to be violated through destructive development practices. Most recently, the country's Environmental Management Agency fined a cement manufacturing company for failing to comply with conditions outlined in an environmental impact assessment certificate. The company proceeded with mining operations without adequate mitigation of environmental harm in violations to the community. Prior to the issuance of this fine, the company had disregarded judicial sanctions previously imposed by a High Court order. ZLHR remains open to constructively engage with the government of Zimbabwe to improve the human rights situation in the country. And we urge the African Commission to encourage the government of Zimbabwe to fully implement the recommendations made by the United Nations Human Rights Committee following the review of Zimbabwe's compliance with the ICCPR in March of 2025. These include recommendations of freedom of expression, freedom of the media, freedom of assembly and association, including the civic space, protection of HRDs, and fighting against corruption. To also ensure greater transparency and accountability in the issuance and monitoring of environmental impact assessment certificates, including regular public reporting on compliance and violations. To fully implement the recommendations of the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, particularly the right to health, education, fighting poverty, amongst other issues raised by the UN Committee. And lastly, to issue standing invitations to special procedures, particularly the working group on work on extractive industries and to fully implement all recommendations in the concluding observations of this Honorable Commission on the 16th Periodic Report of the Republic of Zimbabwe. I thank you.
Merci à vous. J'appelle à présent Service international pour les droits de l'homme, Antoine Tremblay. Vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, chers délégués, chers collègues de la société civile, mesdames et
We
messieurs.
can't hear him. The sound quality, please. It's continues against the human rights defenders and civil societies, and there are many cases of intimidation and repression and arbitrary detention, despite the national act protecting human rights. Despite these challenges, our organization organized a workshop on the implementation of human rights defenders in Niger and Mali. Yes, indeed, Mr. Chair. It is imperative that national rights for the protection of defenders existing in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso to be implemented, and their guarantee also implemented. So, Mr. Chair, we urge the authorities of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger to respect the existing laws on the rights of defenders, and invite the Commission to request these countries to defend the rights of these people. In Guinea, the civil society makes its advocacy for the protection of human rights defenders, and as you know, the civic space is restricted in Guinea. Yes, Mr. Chair, the adoption of such a law will ensure the respect of the rights of defenders and their contribution and protection against any reprisal in their defense of human rights. We therefore call on the Guinean authorities to continue to collaborate with civil society in favor of human rights protection. We also urge the Commission to ensure the protection of the rights of human rights defenders with the adoption of the national law in this regard, in line with the United Nations resolution in this regard. As for Madagascar, the youth are engaged in a fight in favor of victims, but peaceful demonstrations were confronted with violence. And in addition, this repression is part of the restriction of civil liberties in Madagascar, as stated by the International Human Rights Commission, published and developed in collaboration with civil society, local civil society organization. Fundamental freedoms, especially press freedoms and other freedoms, should be respected. So therefore, Mr. Chair, we call on the authorities of Madagascar to take measures to guarantee fundamental freedoms on the protection of human rights, and to ensure the return and the maintain of constitutional order on regarding the excessive use of force by the police. We also request the Commission to call on the government of Madagascar to respect its obligations. Yes, Mr. Chair. In Gaza, the denial of the rights of the people of Palestine is a concern. Gaza is totally annihilated, and human rights defenders, journalists, and so on are killed. Yes, Mr. Chair. In addition, victims, journalists, and foreign citizens are also victims of reprisals and repression. We therefore call on the African Commission, Mr. Chair, to implement its decision adopted in 2024, and call on also state parties to the African Charter to apply sanctions against Israel until apartheid and occupation come to an end. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Commission would like to thank you and take note of your recommendations. I call on the International Commission of Jurists, Pete Komela Mukaindo. You have the floor for 5 minutes. You see, in the hall, I call on the African Center on Democracy and Human Rights, Dr. Mulai Naji. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People Rights, Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, I am standing before you today representing the African Center of Democracy and Human Rights Studies to talk to you about the situation that millions are facing in Africa. The continued conflict in Sudan and South Sudan and also the Democratic Republic of Congo and huge areas in the Sahel and Sahara has put millions into plight and suffering that are unimaginable and victims of human rights violations and economic hardship, if human rights violation in conflict areas in Sudan and South Sudan are a result of widespread conflict and the lack of rule of law, sexual violence, and the arming of children. And these violations has affected communities, and this has affected the social fabric and had led to insecurity. As a result, we welcome the report of the fact-finding mission of the Commission as well as the Peace and Security Council of the AIU to investigate the situation in Sudan, and we request them to make greater efforts in this regard. And we call on also regional institutions to do their duty, and over 15 million civilians especially who are now displaced persons and refugees and are facing starvation. As for the DRS, the violations are horrible and gloomy, and also arbitrary arrest and human crimes against humanity, and psychological shocks that we observe everywhere in the country. As for in the Sahel and the Sahel, the situation is still dangerous, and the conflicts are concerned extremists and armed people, and children and women are the victims, and the lack of security over. And this has led to a serious humanitarian crisis as a result of kidnapping and the forced disappearances. And the displacement of people has led to instability, especially at the regional levels. We therefore call on the Commission, we draw the Commission attention to the serious situation in Burkina Faso, especially with ethnic cleansing that some tribes suffer from. We draw also the Commission's attention to the use of arms and human trafficking to commit crimes against humanity, and this impede any effort to ensure reconciliation and peace. So transitional justice has now become so relevant concerning millions of people who are victims of such a situation and are deprived economically, and as also the situation has led to also social collapse, especially for families and communities that are suffering from such a situation. So, and reparations for those victims is something important to ensure transitional justice. We therefore urge the Commission to support the reparations policy and to be comprehensive everywhere, and to ensure that there is proper reparations for the peoples affected, including women and children. And also the reparations should be financial and rehabilitation also, and the return of possessions, and to ensure reforms. So the countries government should be required also to provide to ensure cooperation with regional organizations and international partners. We call on also the Commission to support mediation that is being conducted by regional partners and empower women and the youths who most of them are marginalized when it comes to peace initiatives, and to ensure reforms in the government to ensure human rights and social justice and democracy in order to overcome and put an end to injustice as a result of conflicts, and to come up with some reparation policies so and meet many needs and requirements, and support and empower human rights defenders and civil society organizations in conflict areas, and to ensure their presence in those areas. Thank you. Thank you. The Commission thanks you. I call on UNWA Advocacy, represented by Inusa Magambi. Are they here? I call on then Minority Right Group, Samuel Ndasi. Neither. Amnesty International, you are kindly requested to make your statement. Amnesty International.
Comes the African Commission's publication of the report of its joint fact-finding mission on Sudan. The public reporting of the findings and recommendations of the joint fact-finding mission is a positive step towards the pursuit of justice for crimes under international law that have been committed in the country since the start of the conflict in April 2023. The release of the report should, of course, not mark the end of the important work of the joint fact-finding mission. Given the scale and intensity of ongoing violence and violations across the country, including sexual violence against women and girls, documentation, public reporting, evidence preservation, and identification of perpetrators remains crucial. In this regard, we urge the Commission to continue to be actively seized and engaged on the conflict in Sudan by extending the mandate of the Joint Fact-Finding Mission. With the extension of its mandate, the Joint Fact-Finding Mission should prioritize field missions to Sudan and neighboring countries. We urge parties to the conflict, as well as neighboring countries, to cooperate fully with the Joint Fact-Finding Mission. Honorable Chairperson, the African Commission must also redouble its engagement on the ongoing conflicts in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Mozambique. In DRC, the March 23 movement has expanded its control in the east. Frequent clashes with Wazalendo armed groups supported by the Congolese army have displaced large numbers of Congolese. In addition, M23 fighters have targeted opponents and perceived opponents, resulting in widespread and severe human rights violations. Amnesty International has documented summary execution, mass abductions, enforced disappearances, unlawful detentions, torture, gang rapes, and intimidation of civil society actors by M23. Fighters have raided hospitals in North Kivu, abducting both patients and caregivers. Human rights defenders and journalists have been arbitrarily detained, threatened, and tortured. M23 has also established its own so-called centers of arbitration in Goma and Bukavu, and has recruited magistrates with a view to creating a parallel justice system in its areas of control. The Congolese army and Wazalendo armed groups have likewise committed serious violations and abuses, including gang rapes. The African Commission must exert increased pressure on all parties to the conflict to protect civilians. The Commission should also press the government to hold abusive armed group leaders and fighters accountable. Moreover, it should be ensured that any military or financial support to armed groups in eastern DRC does not facilitate human rights abuses. The government should also take concrete measures to curb hate speech through public condemnation, prosecution of incitement, and protection of at-risk communities. In Mozambique's Cabo Delgado province, civilians continue to bear the brunt of the conflict between the government forces and the armed group called Al-Shabaab. Since the insurgency began in October 2017, over 6,000 people have been killed, including more than 2,500 civilians, and more than 600,000 displaced across the province of Niassa, Nampula, and Cabo Delgado. Despite the deployment of the Rwanda troops alongside Mozambican forces in 2021, and government claims of stability and security persist, Al-Shabaab continues to launch attacks around Cabo Delgado, block roads, and abduct civilians, including children, in exchange for ransom. Between 20th and 28th July, over 57,000 people were displaced following attacks by Al-Shabaab in Cabo Delgado. Mozambican Navy forces have also been implicated in abuses. On 8th September, Navy patrol killed at least 16 civilians at Rollers Island off Makomia district, 5 civilians near Pangane village on 22nd August, and at least 3 killed in similar circumstances near Pangane in July. Amnesty International urges the African Commission to demand that all warring parties immediately end attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, guarantee safe humanitarian access, including to areas under Al-Shabaab control, and to resettlement sites, including in Nampula and Niassa, where there are also resettlement sites. The Mozambican Navy must also immediately stop the killing of civilians and secure that fisher communities continue to operate normally for their survival. The Commission should also call on Mozambique international partners to urgently scale up humanitarian funding. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
La Commission prend bonne note. The Commission takes due note and thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the Center on Violence and Reconciliation, Marie Izobo. They are not here. I now give the floor to the Tunisian League for Human Rights, Nazej Yamouri. You have the floor. You have 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, dear colleagues of society, I'm taking the floor on behalf of the Tunisian League for Defense of Human Rights, a democratic movement organization in Tunisia, which has been given the Nobel Peace Prize for ensuring freedoms and liberties during the transitional period after the revolution of 2011. Chairperson, Tunisia is currently going through a very challenging times, blighted by serious regression in the protection of human rights and rule of law. Democratic institutions have been weakened, and the balance of power, which guarantees freedoms, has been eroded, and this has led to the increasing restriction of civic and political rights. In recent times, we've noted the prosecution, harassment, and detention of journalists, lawyers, and human rights defenders for peacefully expressing their opinion. There's also the frequent use of Decree 54, which was initially designed to combat disinformation, has now become an instrument of cracking down on freedom of expression and also cracking down on independent journalists, freedom of association and peaceful assembly, long time considered as democratic advance in Tunisia, are come under intense pressure, and a lot of peaceful gatherings have been dispersed by force, and the decree also threatens to place civil society under the administrative of the state, and which is contrary to Article 10 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The independence of the judiciary is also compromised as a result of the arbitrary suspension of judges and discipline measures against judges, eroding citizen confidence in the judiciary and eroding the separation of power. Chairperson, the rights of women, which used to be the source of pride, of Tunisia, is now threatened. The persistent gender-based violence, inequality, as well as the decrease in the representation of women in decision bodies call for urgent action. Tunisia must reaffirm its commitment to
the Maputo Protocol, and guarantee the prevention, protection, and protection from all forms of violence against women and girls. And we should also note that the situation of migrants, asylum seekers, and refugees is very worrying. People from sub-Saharan Africa have been victims of discrimination, victims of hate speech, arbitrary arrest, and collective expulsion to border zones, sometimes with tragic consequences. And this reminds us that we should note that Article 12 of the African Charter guarantees the right to free movement and the right to seek asylum of any national in the territory of a state party. We are also increasingly worried about the criminalization of organizations that work with migrants and asylum seekers. Several activists have been harassed or prosecuted for providing assistance or express solidarity with vulnerable persons, and this violates the right to the defense of right to the defense of these vulnerable people, as stated, as enshrined in the UN Charter. And so, Chairperson, honorable commissioners, in the face of these challenges, the Tunisian League for Human Rights respectfully calls on the African Commission to, one, urge the Tunisian authorities to guarantee the independence of the judiciary and protect all detained persons for exercising their right to freedom of expression, assembly, and peaceful assembly. Two, recommend the abrogation of restrictive laws, especially Decree 54 and the draft decree on associations. Three, reinforce the follow-up and ensure that Tunisia complies with its obligations on the African Charter, especially 9, 10, and 11. 4, calls on Tunisia to guarantee the rights and the dignity of migrants, refugees in line with regional and international norms, and end the criminalization of those who defend them. And lastly, support and protect the essential role played by human rights defenders and civil society organizations in Tunisia who carry out their work with courage despite the increasing pressure. Chairperson, the people of Tunisia have shown on several occasions their attachment to freedom, justice, and equality. And these values that are the basis of the African Charter should inspire us to work together. And so we call on the Commission and Member States to support civil society and all Tunisians who defend the human rights at the expense of their lives. Thank you very much. The Commission has taken due note of your statement, and we thank you. I now give the floor to the Initiative and Strategy Network for the Women of the Horn of Africa. Madam Ramatu Diallo, you have the floor.
Commissioners, and distinguished delegates, thank you for the opportunity to read on behalf of the Komboa Consortium, a feminist collective comprising of the African Women's Development Fund, ISTAL, Purposeful, Doria Feminist Fund, and the Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa, SIHA Network. Together, we support feminist movements and communities across Africa in resisting and strengthening our resilience against anti-rights and anti-gender backlash through resourcing, solidarity, and shared learning. Across the continent, we are in an alarming era of regression and backlash, driven by coordinated anti-rights actors which seek to deliberately undo the hard gains, the hard-earned wins of the broader gender movement. As common tools, these groups weaponize culture, religion, deliberately dress their messaging in anti-West, neo-colonial, and foreign imposition language, asserting their language through the selective denial or provision of funding under the guise of family values, and fuel backlash and coordinated attacks, both online and offline, to delegitimize gender movements. In the Northern African region, we have witnessed an overall crackdown on organizations defending the rights of women and gender-diverse communities online and offline. In the West African region, we have observed the rise of religious fundamentalism, which are driving the adoption of anti-LGBTQI+ legislation in countries such as Ghana, Liberia. In the East African region, increase in arms flow and militarization have intensified conflict. As a result, in countries such as Sudan, conflict-related sexual violence against women and girls is at an all-time high. Women and women-led organizations providing critical services to survivors of sexual violence face vicious reprisals from armed groups for their work on the front line. Your Excellencies, the impact of this backlash is manifesting in the form of diluted laws and policies that do not adequately protect and even harm women, queer persons, girls, contrary to the provisions of the Maputo Protocol. The overall deinstitutionalization of gender within key ministries, state institutions, national and regional mechanisms, a frigid and shrinking civic space, and resource diversion from the movement and fragmentation has been caused. These are the realities on the ground. Now more than ever, in the face of these rollbacks, we are calling for strong legal frameworks that comprehensively defend gender rights across the African continent. From this perspective, we call for a temporary hold on the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls to reflect and prioritize strengthening its provisions, enhancing its form, structure, language, and protections for women, girls, and gender-diverse communities in the regions. This is to ensure a robust and binding accountability framework for victims of violence aligned with existing norms. More broadly, we call on this commission to strongly condemn these coordinated forms of anti-gender backlash and the actors that perpetrate them at the expense of women and girls and gender-diverse persons. Hold member states accountable under the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol, and push for the ratification and implementation of the Maputo Protocol, and further urge the immediate action to safeguard activists and women leaders facing harassment. Against all odds, movements remain strong, vibrant, and determined, even in the midst of these backlash. But we need the full weight of this commission behind us. I thank you.
Je vous remercie. J'appelle à présent le réseau kényan sur les questions juridiques et éthiques liées au VIH. Hortense Minissi. Est-ce qu'ils sont dans la salle? You can proceed for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners, Excellencies, delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This year's session takes place under the theme of Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through reparations, reminding us that reparatory justice, dignity, and healing must guide our deliberations. Honorable Commissioners, every preventable death caused by Africa's neglected and underfunded health systems is not just a tragedy, but also echoes of slavery, colonialism, and extraction that left our systems inequitable. The path to justice begins here, and true reparations must start with financing health as a fundamental right. I, Hortense Minissi, speak on behalf of the Kenya Legal and Ethical Issues Network on HIV and AIDS, KELIN, an NGO registered in Kenya whose mission is to protect and promote the right to health and health-related human rights for all. Across Africa, inadequate health financing remains one of the greatest barriers to realizing the right to health, guaranteed under Article 16 of the African Charter and other international, regional, and domestic legal frameworks. Despite the Abuja Declaration, 15% targets, most African states, including Kenya, allocate far less. The consequences are stark. Under-resourced health systems, life-saving medicines out of reach, unbearable out-of-pocket spending, and millions of preventable deaths. Women, children, persons with disability, and marginalized communities bear the heaviest burden. This persistent exclusion undermines dignity and healing, which reparatory justice seeks to restore. This crisis does not exist in a vacuum. It is rooted in legacies of slavery, colonialism, and extractive systems that built wealth for others while leaving African health infrastructure fragile, inequitable, and underfunded. Colonial administrations invested in settler health and extractive industries, not in building universal systems for African populations. These distorted priorities were inherited at independence and reinforced by structural and adjustment programs and debt regimes that have continued to limit physical space for public health. To this day, extractive global economic structures divert resources outward, deepening inequities and undermining access to affordable healthcare. The 2025 USAID funding cuts have further deepened this crisis and vulnerabilities, disrupting HIV programs, maternal and child health services, and malaria control. UNAIDS warns of up to 6 million new HIV infections and 4 million AIDS-related deaths by 2029. Studies also project over 14 million preventable deaths globally by 2030 if these cuts persist. The World Health Organization has also raised alarm that countries like Kenya, Lesotho, South Sudan, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria may soon run out of life-saving antiretroviral medicines. The impact of the funding cuts extend far beyond HIV programming. It threatens to destabilize the entire health ecosystem. KELIN, together with other human rights organizations and civil society, continue to demand for accountability and sustained investment in Africa's health systems. We respectively call upon the African Commission to, 1, position health financing as central to reparatory justice, explicitly dismantling colonial health financing legacies while ensuring dignity and redress for historically marginalized groups. 2, urge states to increase domestic financing for health in line with the Abuja Declaration, their constitutions, and other treaty obligations. 3, monitor and report on violations and recommend sustainable, right-based domestic resource mobilization strategies that reduce dependency on external donors. 4, encourage transparent, participatory, and gender-responsive budgeting processes that meaningfully involve civil society and affected communities. 5, hold states accountable during the state reporting process and insist on concrete, practical measures to realize the right to health. 6, call on international financial and development institutions to review harmful financing policies through a reparation lens. KELIN stands in solidarity with partners calling for a pause in the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls to also allow for inclusive review and alignment with existing African and international human rights standards. Honorable Chairperson and Commissioners, in conclusion, one thing is indisputable. Universal health coverage cannot be achieved without adequate and sustainable financing. Health in Africa must never be treated as a privilege. It is a right. Financing it is not charity. It is reparations owed, justice due, and dignity restored. Thank you.
Nous avons pris bonne note de vos recommandations et observations. Nous vous remercions. J'appelle à présent l'Institut pour les droits humains.
Give the floor to the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa. Ms. Louisa Taji, you have the floor. Who are you? Sorry. Who are you? You've just taken the floor, but...
Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa is deeply concerned with the ongoing conflicts in Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. These conflicts have resulted in massive displacement, systemic attacks on civilians, and grave violations of international human rights and humanitarian law. The Commission's own virtual joint fact-finding mission report on Sudan, launched at this particular session, authoritatively documents serious and massive human rights violations, including indiscriminate attacks, extrajudicial killings, conflict-related sexual violence, and ethnically motivated atrocities perpetrated by both the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces. In light of these definitive findings, we urge the Commission to intensify its efforts to ensure the implementation of its own recommendations, and specifically to call on the warring parties to immediately enact a cessation of hostilities, halt indiscriminate attacks on civilians, and fully comply with international humanitarian law, and is urgently recommended by the fact-finding mission, as well as end the targeting of individuals and communities based on their ethnicity or perceived allegiances, which the report has established as a pervasive pattern of violation. In respect of the Congo, Eastern DRC, renewed fighting, particularly in North and South Kivu provinces, has displaced millions and left civilians facing daily violence. Recent reports now indicate that the crisis has reached an alarming food emergency. Nearly 8 million people are now in acute food insecurity, with more than 2 million at risk of starvation. And we urge the Commission to call on the DRC to support ongoing peace initiatives, including those under the Joint East African Community and SADC framework, as well as AU mechanisms, and to take urgent measures to address food insecurity in conflict-related communities. Honorable Chairperson, we are deeply alarmed by the severe environmental damage caused by mining and extractive operations on the continent. In Ghana, illegal mining for gold has led to the destruction of forests, farmlands, and water bodies. Over 60% of Ghana's water bodies are polluted, with many in critical condition. In the DRC, cobalt mining continues to contaminate water and destroy biodiversity. In Kabwe, Zambia, decades of lead, zinc, and manganese mining have left a legacy of toxic waste. Over 100,000 residents, including children, are suffering from lead poisoning, and this has caused severe health issues in children, including developmental challenges. And we urge the Commission, particularly through its working group on extractive industries, environment, and human rights violations, to call on the state to strengthen environmental regulation and enforcement in the extractive sector, to hold companies accountable by requiring transparent environmental and social impact assessments, continuous monitoring of pollution, as well as the cleaning of contaminated sites, and to protect affected communities by ensuring access to medical screening and treatment and clean water, as well as safe livelihoods. Let me now turn to the Commission, Honorable Chairperson, complementarity between the Commission and the Court. Honorable Chairperson, we are appreciative of the joint complementarity retreat that was held between the African Court and the Commission in June 2025, and we welcome the adoption of guidelines on submission and transfer of cases. This is particularly important at a time when we know that we are facing challenges with withdrawal from the Article 34.6 declaration of the African Court Protocol, and we believe this decisive action will help to make sure that human rights find protection with both mechanisms. So we urge the Commission to take practical and early steps to implement the guidelines through starting to actively refer cases to the African Court. With regards to the implementation of decisions, finally, Chairperson, we are deeply concerned about the persistent challenge of non-compliance by states with the decisions of the Commission. Limited implementation not only weakens the protection afforded to victims, but it also diminishes the effectiveness of the regional human rights system as a whole. Strengthening compliance is therefore not merely an administrative task, it is an opportunity to reinforce the authority of the Commission, consolidate the rule of law, and ensure that the rights guaranteed under the African Charter are given full and practical effect. We therefore urge the Commission to strengthen its implementation work by demanding state-specific action plans with measurable timelines to ensure decisions are implemented, and to work closely with the national human rights institutions and civil society organizations to monitor progress and to hold states accountable for inaction. Honorable Chairperson, I am grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
La Commission a pris bonne note de vos recommandations.
Continuers of your recommendation, would like to thank you. I'd like now to invite Afiana Aki, Jessica Oga. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Distinguished commissioners, delegates, good morning. I am Dr. Oga Jessica, speaking today on behalf of Afiana Haki, the third convener of the third annual Reproductive Justice Litigation Baraza, where the Kampala Charter on decriminalizing sexual and reproductive health and right was adopted. That charter was born out of a simple but profound recognition that Africa's strong commitment to reproductive justice are being systematically undermined, not by accident, but by design. Today, Africa faces a stark choice. On one side stands this Commission's legacy, one of the most progressive human rights frameworks in the world. The African Charter, the Maputo Protocol, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. These instruments affirm unequivocally that reproductive autonomy is inseparable from the rights to dignity, health, and equality. Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol in particular embodies a uniquely African consensus rooted in Ubuntu, that women must be empowered to make decisions over their own bodies. On the other side stands a brutal reality. Colonial-era criminal codes still govern our bodies. Women and girls die from unsafe procedures, while their government cites sovereignty as justification for inaction. But there is a third force at work, one that we can no longer afford to ignore. Anti-rights actors, many backed by foreign funding and foreign ideologies, are now weaponizing the language of African family values to roll back the very rights this Commission has fought to establish. However, let us be clear, there is nothing African about letting women die from preventable causes. There is nothing traditional about colonial criminal codes written by European powers to control African bodies. There is nothing value-based about forcing children to carry pregnancies resulting from rape. The rhetoric of African values is being deployed as a Trojan horse, a calculated strategy to dismantle the Maputo Protocol, to justify reservations to Article 14, and to provide political cover for states that refuse to domesticate the very instruments that they have ratified. These actors do not speak for Africa. They speak for an agenda that will return us to an era where women had no voice, had no choice, and had no recourse. True African values are found in Ubuntu, in our communal ethic of care, in our recognition of human dignity, in our traditions of supporting women through all stages of life. True African values are reflected in the Maputo Protocol, which 46 states have ratified because it represents our collective vision for gender justice. What is being peddled as tradition is in fact a selective, distorted narrative designed to preserve patriarchal control and silence women's agency. The Kampala Charter confronts this reality head-on. It is a demand for coherence, for justice, and for Africa to free itself from both colonial legacies and neo-colonial manipulation. It is a demand for rigorous monitoring, documentation, and escalation to ensure state compliance with what already exists. We therefore respectfully call upon this commission to interrogate states maintaining criminal abortion laws during Article 62 reporting sessions and issue concluding observations that explicitly name non-compliance with General Comment Number 2, paragraphs 32 and 49. To revise states' reporting guidelines to require detailed information on criminal laws affecting reproductive health care, persecution of women and providers, legislative reform timelines, and domestication barriers. To use the Article 55 communications procedures to address cases where criminalization has caused deaths, persecutions, or denial of care, and issue urgent appeals under Rule 111 where violations of General Comment Number 2 are documented. Honorable Commissioners, the women and girls of Africa are looking to you. History will judge not by words spoken or frameworks drafted, but by lives saved and rights secured. This commission has built a powerful legacy through the Maputo Protocol and General Comment Number 2. Now is the moment to ensure that legacy translates into lived realities for African women and girls. The framework exists, the path is clear. What remains is decisive action. The Kampala Charter has charted the path forward. Afia Nahaki and our allies stand ready to support this commission in translating principle into practice, commitment into action, and the promise of the Maputo Protocol into the lived reality of African women and girls. Thank you for your attention.
La Commission vous remercie.
The Commission thanks you. I'd like to call Afiakat Afiakat, you can make your statement. Lionel Graffy, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Massive for FIACAT. Honorable Commissioner, our partners, the deterioration of human rights in many countries on the continent and the impunity that the perpetrators enjoy. In the DRC, since January 2025, the situation in the east of the country continues to deteriorate in the context of clashes between M23 and Congolese armed forces, supported by various supports internally and externally. Our organizations continue to document massive sexual violence, extrajudicial killing, acts of torture in prisons, forced inscription, people, including children less than 50 years by the M23, and threats of violence against human rights defenders. This crime, Honorable Chairperson, is taking place against a backdrop of the collapse of the judicial and penitentiary system in each country, where M23 is set up its own structures, opening prisons after having freed all the prisoners. The first has exposed to risk and reprisals, and this reduces their activities of documentation and reporting. Against this backdrop, we are worried about the end of the mandate of the United Nations as fact-finding mission and the non-deployment of the fact-finding mission of the African Union that was mandated by the Peace and Security Council in January 2025. Without this mechanism, impunity will be happening every day, and every day in the DRC, evidence gets lost. We have mass graves are discovered, judicial archives are burnt, and witnesses are executed. Our organization is appealing to the African Union to set up measures to protect defenders and victims and witnesses, without which there won't be any justice, and exhort the African Union to ensure the documentation and preservation of evidence of violence committed. The period preceding the elections was marked by lack of political competition and by many human rights violations. Our organizations documented arbitrary arrests, acts of torture, targeting opposition parties, and this was perpetrated by security forces and the Imbonerakure militia, which is affiliated to the party in power. In January and June 2025, we documented 22 forced disappearances and 42 arbitrary arrests, most of them concerned opposition parties. These violations happen in a context of impunity. Hate speech is promoted by political officials in power. They use intimidation and stigmatization and the elimination of all dissidents. 5th June, on the day of the elections, was the last straw that was used to neutralize the opposition. The member of the Imbonerakure militia were giving orders to the voters to vote for the party in power and preventing journalists to report irregularities. Some citizens were prevented from voting despite the official results in favor of the party in power. Violence continued after the vote. Faced with this situation, the broad work of documenting conducted daily by the Burundian civil society is from exile, and there's many alerts that the issue should be heard and supported. Mobilization of the African Commission in coordination with the regional and international bodies is essential to prevent the repetition of such violations, enable the return of human rights defenders and guarantee their protection, and encourage a peaceful political environment as the 2027 presidential elections draw near. Now, to talk about Madagascar and to end, their partners are alarmed by the excessive use of force by the forces of order in Madagascar. This repression led to the death of at least 22 people. Would like to end. I can't hear the speaker very well anymore. Please. Please conclude. Kind attention. I'd like to insist on the respect of time. We have time constraints and there are so many speakers. Please let us be disciplined and respect. Thank you very much. I'd like now to invite the Voix des Sans Voix for Human Rights, Makenta Rosta. You have the floor, please. The voice of the voiceless. The NGO Voice of the Voiceless, Makenta Rosta. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, of the Voice of the Voiceless or Human Rights based in the DRC, I'd like to thank you sincerely for the floor you have given us, and at the same time to congratulate you on your election. Our statement is on the situation of human rights in the DRC. Of course, it is highly likely that this statement will discuss issues of human rights that you may already know regarding the DRC, or where humanitarian and security crisis is a basis of gross human rights violation and dates back to more than 30 years, and no solution has been found yet. Allow me, Honorable Chairperson, to talk about it once again. The Voice of the Voiceless, our organization, counts on the African Commission in the resolution of the crises and the conflicts in the Democratic Republic of Congo in order to ensure the respect of human rights and human dignity that has been violated in this country at the heart of Africa. As everybody knows, since the start of this year, 2025, the DRC, the human rights situation has deteriorated with the taking of over of two major towns, Goma and Bukavu, in the south of the Kivu province. The Voice of the Voiceless for human rights, with the taking over of the town of Goma, received information on killings of more than 3,000 people in Goma, and in Bukavu, the situation was also disturbing. Consequently, the consequence of the track of human rights defenders in all these towns, and where many human rights violations were not really reported or documented. Many human rights defenders were forced to flee the two provinces and to take refuge in Burundi or in the capital of the DRC. To put an end to the war, several peace initiatives were taken at the national and international levels. At the national level, we have to commend the initiative of the Protestant and Catholic University on the theme social pact on sustainable peace and living together well in the Great Lakes region. Today, this initiative has been carried over by all churches in the DRC. You have the Washington Accord signed by Rwanda and the DRC in June 2025, and the Declaration of the Doha Principle signed by the representative of the heads of state in July 2025. To this, we should add the Resolution 2773 of the United States that gave a lot of hope at the national and international level, because it requires the withdrawal without any conditions of the troops from the DRC and M23 in Bukavu and on the occupied territories. Honorable Chairperson, to name just all these peaceful initiatives are being called into question because Goma and Bukavu have been occupied for several months now. It commends the efforts of the international community in like what Washington did. Although it didn't take into account the fight against impunity and gross violations of the DRC as wanted by the international and actors and the civil society. Despite this very important point, it should be underscored that on the field, in spite of all these initiatives, no positive result. And this is a concern, and I think that it is also of concern to the Commission. That is why, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, that the Voice of the Voiceless invites the Commission to get involved for peace in the DRC, and among the solutions proposed, there's the need for the Commission to provide its support for the holding of an inclusive dialogue in the DRC. And on this aspect, it is also important that the Commission involve itself in acknowledging the genocide perpetrated in the DRC or economic gains or genocost that causes the death, have caused the death of more than 10 million people in the DRC. Thank you very much for your kind attention. The Commission thanks you and has taken due note of your statement. We are 2 minutes before away from breaking for coffee. I'd like to ask the Secretariat if there are announcements to be made.
Okay. To read out to you the side events, there are about 6 from 11:30 to 12:30. Side event entitled Breaking the Silence and Be Dispatcher, Civil Society Perspective and Violence and Operations in Africa, organized by Midref Kenya, ICT of Uganda, Present Watch, Sierra Leone, and AFEL Liberia. So the main speakers will be Hatim Samia, Vice Chairperson of the African Commission. And then from 13 to 14:30, a second side event with the title Role of Kampala Convention on Human Rights Safeguard, organized by the African Commission, the African Network, and Amnesty International, and is scheduled to take place in press room number 3. Press room number 3 at 13:30 up to 15:30. Another side event under the title organized by the UNDP and the Center for Human Rights. The main speaker will be Honorable Lumbu, Commissioner Luba, and it will be in press room number 1 from 1400 to 14:30. Another site entitled Perspective of Human Rights Situation in North Africa, organized by Mad for Peace and Development Association. And the main speaker, Commissioner Lita, which will take place in bilateral room number 4. And the last and the penultimate one, Human Rights in Africa Challenges, organized by Justice and Human Rights Organizations. It will take place, as I've just stated, from 14 hours in the bilateral room number 1. And the last one will take place from 17:30 to 1900 hours, organized by Sebecus and EVOS. The main speaker will be Commissioner Lumbu in press room number 2. So these are the side events organized for today. Mr. Chairman, the Secretary has just made its presentation. So please, we will have a break of 30 minutes. We will come back at 11:30 with a panel on the environmental rights in Africa. Thank you. The session is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
D'attention s'il vous plaît. La commission va reprendre ses travaux à 11h30. Nous allons reprendre nos travaux avec le point 6 de notre agenda qui va porter sur un panel sur le droit de l'environnement en Afrique. Le panel nous occupera pendant 1 heure de temps sous la conduite de l'honorable commissaire Derso. J'appelle tous les panélistes à nous rejoindre sur le présidium. Honorable commissaire, je vous donne la parole dans cet important panel. Vous avez 1 heure pour tout boucler.
Welcome. Please. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very pleased to have with me panelists who would be speaking to the subject matter of the panel that the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights Violations have put together within the framework of the 85th Ordinary Session. We would like to shed light on what we consider to be one of the major human rights issues facing the African continent. This relates to the environment and the right to environment under Article 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And as you can see from the concept note of this panel shared with you, it is our belief that Africa is faced with grave environmental crises. And these grave environmental crises manifest themselves in various ways. While the Working Group on Extractive Industries over the course of the past many years put particular premium on the human rights issues arising within the extractive industries sector, it has increasingly become clear that there is a need for paying particular attention to the environment dimension of the mandate of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights. And this is, of course, other result of not only the gravity of the environmental crises facing the African continent, but also because of the intersection of various developments that actually further accentuate and exacerbate the pressure and stress on the environment on the African continent, and thereby affecting the enjoyment of the right to environment under Article 24 of the African Charter. And these developments, of course, involve, among others, first and foremost, for example, the climate emergency, which affects the environment in so very many ways, including in terms of, for example, accentuating desertification and land degradation, loss of biodiversity on the African continent, among other environmental impacts of climate change. Additionally, we are also at a time when critical minerals are becoming major sites of geopolitics and geoeconomics globally. And Africa is a theater of this major, increasingly pressing geopolitical and geoeconomic concern as it relates to access to and control over critical minerals. And given the intersection between extraction of minerals and natural resources and the adverse impact on environment that Africa knows very well from past experience, this is therefore a clear indication that we indeed need to pay particular attention to the environment dimension of the work of this working group. And indeed, in recognition of the importance and the pressing need for addressing the challenge facing the environment and the right to environment in particular, the African Commission adopted a resolution during its session, Resolution 633 of 2025, which, in an attempt indeed to give particular attention to addressing the challenge relating to environment, have tasked the working group to develop a general comment on Article 24 of the Charter, trying to really come up with a clear pronouncement on the nature and kind of protection that the right to environment under Article 24 affords individuals, communities, and indeed in the African environmental ethics. The relationship or the right to environment wouldn't just be limited to individuals and communities, because the well-being and welfare of individuals and communities is tied to the welfare of the environment in which we live. That is why, for example, for African communities, land is not just an economic resource. It has also particular significant spiritual and religious significance for some communities. Similarly, for some communities who depend on fishing and related activities, water has particular significance as well. And therefore, the importance that we need to give to this one. But beyond and above the protection relating to individuals, communities, and indeed the environment on which they depend for their livelihood and for their collective existence, we also try to address the scope of responsibilities and obligations that member states bear, and indeed the scope of obligations and responsibilities that communities, individuals, and not least of all, corporations engaging in industrial activities and other forms of economic activities bear in order to maintain the ecological balance and also to ensure that when such happens, it is redressed. I have prepared, as part of the thematic focus of my intersession report, a thematic report that would shed light on the nature and scale of the environmental crises facing the African continent, covering a number of issues, some of which, of course, may be regarded or fall in the realm of what we call criminal enterprises engaging in various activities that affect and endanger the environment and the habitat on which communities and individuals depend for their existence and livelihoods. But I would simply list the following. Pollution of land, air, and water sources through industrial and other extractive activities of various scale is one of them. And I think we can give a number of examples. But one thing that I can just state by way of reference is, for example, the UN Environment Programme characterized air pollution as, I quote, Africa's invisible and silent killer. And in its 2016 report, for example, it reported that about 600,000 deaths every year across the continent is associated with air pollution. Just one example. And we have documented at the working group some of these air, land, water pollutions, including, for example, in the urgent letter of appeal that we have sent to Zambia in relation to the environmental damage that is being occasioned as a result of extractive activities and mines that have been left abandoned and without any measures for protecting the environment, leading to heavy metal, hazardous metal, contamination of land and water in Kabwe, Central Province of Zambia. We have just come from a promotion mission to Ghana. And currently in Ghana, if you ask and watch TVs or FM radios or listen to FM radios and ask people in the broader community, if you ask them what is the major national issue currently in Ghana, they'll tell you it is the phenomena called galamsey. And these relates to illegal gold mining that have become so pervasive in various parts of the Ghana, leading to the contamination of water sources and land, affecting, for example, about 8 districts in the central province, leading to almost 2 million people without access to clean water. And this is just in one province, but it is a pervasive issue, as we have reported in our preliminary statement, with some estimating about 16% of water sources in Ghana affected. I'm very pleased that I have with me Honorable Ernest Yao Anim, Chairperson of the Human Rights Committee, Parliament of Ghana, to shed light on some of these experiences. Also with me are members of the panel, some of which would be speaking about their expertise, particularly the documentation that they have done over the course of time in advocating for the right to environment and environmental rights under Article 24 of the Charter. And particularly Ms. Fiona Ilf, human rights lawyer and environment expert. She has been working with particularly the Environment Rights Africa, which has been producing reports on some of these issues. And last but not least is Mr. Volk Igorode. I'm sorry about the pronouncement, my brother. He works for Rights Education Empowerment and Development Center for Social Change, Reed Center in Nigeria. And he is also associated with the advocacy for what we call the recognition of ecocide, which is a phenomena as basically something that needs to be criminalized. So, without further ado, I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to Honorable Ernest Yao Anim for his presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Deso. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners, State Delegates, representatives of national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to join this important dialogue at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I bring to this discussion the perspective of Parliament, and particularly from my role as chair of the Human Rights Committee of Ghana's Parliament, where we work to ensure that the protection of human rights, including the right to safe and healthy environment, remains critical to our national development agenda. Across our continent, we are living through what can be only described as a human and environmental emergency. We see it in the advancing desertification of the Sahel, in the drying of our rivers and wetlands, in the pollution from extractive industries, and in the relentless deforestation that threatens our biodiversity and food security. In Ghana, the issue of illegal mining, what Commissioner Deso called galamsey, has devastated river bodies, poisoned entire communities, and destroyed fertile farmland. While our extractive industries contribute significantly to revenue generation and employment, we cannot ignore the social and environmental costs that come with irresponsible mining practices, pollution, and weak regulation. These are not abstract environmental problems, these are human rights violations. When a child drinks contaminated water, when a farmer's land becomes barren, when a mother cannot feed her family because her soil is dead, their rights to life, health, food, and dignity are being violated. In Ghana, the protection of the environment is firmly anchored in our constitution under Article 36(9), which mandates the state to safeguard the national environment for posterity and to cooperate with other nations in protecting the global environment. Over the years, Parliament has taken deliberate steps to give life to this constitutional commitment. We have enacted and strengthened key pieces of legislation such as the Environmental Protection Agency Act, the Minerals and Mining Act, the Water Resources Commission Act, and the Forestry Commission Act. Institutionally, we have frameworks to regulate mining activities, monitor pollution, and also promote the sustainable use of natural resources. However, the real test lies in implementation. Like many African countries, Ghana has strong laws and well-structured agencies, yet enforcement often falls short. The gap between policy and practice undermines our collective progress. To bridge this gap, we must invest in the capacity of regulatory institutions, ensure adequate funding, and reinforce political accountability at all levels. Without consistent enforcement and political will, even the best laws remain mere words on paper. Progress in this area demands that we strengthen both remedies and accountability mechanisms. First, citizens must have real access to justice, whether through the courts, environmental tribunals, or community-based mediation mechanisms that are accessible, affordable, and responsive. Second, we must hold corporations to clear human rights due diligence standards. Businesses operating in Africa must not only comply with national regulations, but also uphold international environmental and human rights norms. In this regard, Ghana's Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice recently launched the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which provides a solid framework for corporate accountability. Third, we should have the courage to explore the concept of ecocide, the recognition of large-scale environmental destruction as an international crime. Such recognitions would send a powerful signal that grave harm to the environment is not simply poor practice, but a violation of our collective humanity. Parliaments occupy a pivotal space at the intersection of policy, law, and the people. Our role must be to strengthen and modernize environmental legislation, ensure effective oversight of ministries, agencies, and corporations through public hearings and audits, collaborate closely with national human rights institutions to document and respond to environmental right violations, and most importantly, to listen to communities, especially the voices of women, youths, and indigenous people who bear the brunt of environmental harm daily. In Ghana, we are working to integrate environmental rights more explicitly into our human rights oversight agenda, because we recognize that we cannot protect human dignity while ignoring the destruction of the environment that sustains life itself. Colleagues, the environmental crisis is no longer something to manage tomorrow, but it is here. Our response must be ambitious, coordinated, and rooted in human rights. We must move beyond statements to systems of accountability, prevention, and justice. If we succeed, Africa can lead the world not only in recognizing the right to environment, but in living it, protecting our people and our planet together. Thank you, Chairperson, and I look forward to our continued dialogue on how we can turn these commitments into tangible action. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for highlighting a number of points in terms of the gap between policy, law, and implementation, in terms of the kind of the seriousness of the environmental crises facing the continent, including as it relates to desertification and land degradation that you made reference to, biodiversity loss, and other related conditions that we have highlighted earlier on. And of course, I think the question of accountability of state authorities, accountability of actors, private actors engaged in activities that actually endanger the environment, and the whole question also of human rights due diligence that you made reference to. That it's not a question just of environmental standards, but it goes beyond and above the kind of protection that needs to be put in place, and the role that Parliament plays in that respect. And I think one of the questions that I have for him as a member of Parliament of Ghana is, how is it that Parliament sits and has become a spectator while 60% of the water body of Ghana is actually contaminated with this, as you said, rendering access to water impossible, farming becoming difficult? How? I will not give you the floor to answer this question. I mean, since you said that we have to be accountable, the accountability starts with Parliament as well, particularly your committee. Yeah. Now I give the floor to Fiona for her intervention, and then we'll come back to later after the interventions to questions and answer. Fiona, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Commissioners, State Representatives, experts and civil society colleagues. Allow me to begin by extending my heartfelt congratulations to the Honourable Chairperson and Vice Chairperson on their election, and to express my sincere gratitude to the outgoing Chair for his dedicated service and leadership. Thank you, Honourable Commissioner Dosso, for the invitation to this panel. All protocol observed. It is an honour to address you today on environmental-related human rights violations and the situation of environmental human rights defenders in Africa. In my role as Senior Legal Advisor and Regional Coordinator with the Justice Defenders Africa Program at the American Bar Association Center for Human Rights, we work to support environmental defenders across the continent. We are proud members of the Environmental Rights Africa Initiative, ERA, a network of over 60 organizations advocating for environmental rights and stronger protections for defenders, indigenous peoples, and local communities. I also serve on the steering committee of the Environmental Lawyers Collective for Africa, ELCA, and through these networks and in partnership with the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, we have supported the Commission's consultations for its intercession thematic report on environmental rights, which will inform the development of the upcoming general comment on environmental rights and has informed my remarks to you today. So firstly, I wanted to clarify that when we speak of environmental rights, we refer both to substantive and to procedural rights. Substantive rights include the rights to a healthy environment, clean water and air, safe food, a stable climate, and non-toxic surroundings. Procedural rights encompass access to information, public participation in decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. In Africa, these rights are enshrined in Articles 24 and Article 21 of the Charter, Article 18 of the Maputo Protocol, and Article 16 and 17 of the revised African Union Convention on the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. We commend the Commission's continuing efforts to consolidate these rights and strengthen their protection through the development of its state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24, and now the development of a general comment that will enhance our normative frameworks and the implementation of these rights in our regional and domestic jurisdictions in a manner that is responsive to the urgent environmental challenges of our times. We have heard that Africa, though rich in natural resources and biodiversity, is bearing a disproportionate burden of the triple planetary crisis of rapid biodiversity and nature loss, pollution and waste, and the intensifying impacts of climate change. Despite contributing the least to global emissions, Africa's children, women, youth, elderly, indigenous peoples, local communities, and environmental defenders are among the most affected. Yet they remain largely excluded from the decisions that determine their environmental futures. Environmental rights violations are pervasive across key sectors, particularly the extractive industries. Oil spills, gas flaring, and toxic mining waste continue to poison air, soil, and water. The recent tailings dam disaster contaminating the Kafue River and the Kabwe lead poisoning cases in Zambia are tragic reminders of these dangers. The Commission and the African Court have played vital roles in advancing environmental justice, notably in the Serac versus Nigeria case, which exposed Shell's devastating impact on the Ogoni people, and the Lido versus Côte d'Ivoire case concerning the Trafigura toxic waste dumping in Abidjan. These cases established that states have positive obligations to prevent environmental harm and to ensure access to information, remedy, and compensation. Similarly, the Kilwa case in the DRC illustrates how military and corporate interests can collude to perpetrate violence against communities in resource-rich areas. Mass displacements, such as those in Hoima district in Uganda, continue to strip thousands of their homes and livelihoods. Equally concerning are violations committed in the name of conservation or climate action. Indigenous peoples and local communities continue to be unlawfully evicted from ancestral lands, as we have seen in the Enderois and Ogiek cases in Kenya, and ongoing Maasai evictions in Tanzania, and new displacements for carbon credit projects. These practices ignore the principle of free, prior, and informed consent and the vital role traditional knowledge plays in sustainable environmental stewardship. Africa also faces a severe water crisis, worsened by industrial pollution, commercial agriculture, and climate-driven droughts. Deforestation, illegal logging, and charcoal production are destroying ecosystems and accelerating desertification. Along the West African coast, illegal and unregulated fishing by foreign fleets threatens food security and local livelihoods. Across the continent, climate change is driving displacement, from rising sea levels in coastal West Africa to prolonged droughts in the Horn of Africa. Landmark court cases, such as the Save Lamu case in Kenya, the Cancel Coal and Earthlife Africa cases in South Africa, and the Mbabazi versus the Attorney General and NEMA in Uganda, demonstrate a growing demand for a just energy transition, accountability, and climate justice at national and regional levels. Globally, while the Loss and Damage Fund under the Paris Agreement is a step forward, wealthy nations continue to underdeliver on their climate finance commitments, leaving vulnerable African communities exposed and under-resourced. At the forefront of these struggles stand environmental human rights defenders, ordinary people undertaking extraordinary risks to protect our planet. Environmental human rights defenders are defined as those who, in peaceful ways, seek to protect and promote human rights related to the environment. These include local communities challenging harmful projects, journalists uncovering corporate abuse, park rangers protecting ecosystems in conflict zones, and activists protesting, for example, against the East African crude oil pipeline in Uganda. Yet across the continent, defenders face escalating risks, particularly in countries lacking robust protections for civic freedoms or environmental access rights. Many are criminalized, arbitrarily detained, or subjected to strategic lawsuits against public participation, known as SLAPs, aimed at silencing dissent. In some contexts, defenders are even killed or disappeared, as documented by the UN Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disappearances and Global Witness in their recent reports. Global Witness has documented 146 killings and long-term disappearances of land and environmental defenders globally in 2024, 9 of which were reported in Africa, although these statistics are believed to be grossly underreported. States have a clear duty to protect defenders, investigate attacks, and hold perpetrators to account. The Commission's 2024 resolution on the situation of environmental human rights defenders in Uganda was an important step in affirming this principle. Honourable Commissioners, distinguished delegates, and colleagues, against this backdrop, the work of the African Commission's Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights Violations, including its forthcoming general comment, is both timely and transformative. An African-driven, contextually grounded framework informed by the lived realities of our communities can strengthen environmental governance and advance our collective vision of justice, dignity, and sustainable development. However, to realize this vision, our efforts must address not only the symptoms, but the structural causes of environmental rights violations and attacks on defenders, including land inequality, marginalization of indigenous and local communities, and unchecked corporate power enabled by corruption and impunity. We urge the Commission, African Union, member states, and partners to prioritize, firstly, strengthening legal and policy frameworks by reviewing and harmonizing existing African environmental rights instruments, including the African Charter, Maputo Protocol, and revised AU Convention, to embed procedural rights, free, prior, and informed consent, and strong protections for environmental human rights defenders and local and indigenous communities, and integrating these protections into emerging regional business and human rights frameworks to ensure coherence across regional policies. Secondly, to protect environmental human rights defenders by adopting anti-SLAPP measures and repealing laws misused to criminalize peaceful environmental activism, journalism, or protest, establishing and funding national and regional protection mechanisms for defenders, including early warning, relocation, and physical protection, and investigating and prosecuting attacks on defenders, ensuring accountability and reparations for victims and communities. Thirdly, to improve monitoring, data, and oversight by developing coordinated systems for monitoring, data collection, and early warning on environmental rights violations and attacks on defenders, and empowering NHRIs and oversight bodies to monitor violations independently and ensuring transparency in environmental governance. Fourth, to promote corporate and state due diligence by mandating human rights and environmental due diligence by both states and businesses, including prior consultation, risk assessment, and mitigation of threats, and ensuring access to justice and remedy through transparent, independent grievance mechanisms and environmental tribunals grounded in human rights principles. Fifth, by reinforcing access to justice and participation through strengthening environmental impact assessment procedures, grievance mechanisms, and ESG standards to guarantee meaningful participation of affected communities, and safeguarding civic space and protection of freedom of expression, association, and assembly for environmental defenders. Finally, to ensure Africa's voice in global processes by championing inclusive participation of African states, communities, and civil society in global environmental and climate fora, especially the UNFCCC and COP processes, and ensuring that host country agreements protect civic freedoms and prevent reprisals against African defenders engaging in these negotiations. As we move forward, let us remember the defense of the environment is the defense of life itself. Those who stand on the front lines of this struggle, often at great personal risk, are not opponents of development, they are its moral compass. Let us ensure that those who protect the earth, its water, forests, and communities are themselves protected, empowered, and heard, not silenced. In safeguarding them, we safeguard the future of Africa and of generations yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. The way we have titled this panel is Confronting the Grave Environmental Crisis Facing Africa and Safeguarding the Right to Environment. And how we do it, as Fiona's presentation clearly illustrated, is through giving solid and robust protection to two dimensions of the right to environment, the substantive dimension and the procedural dimension, both of which are recognized in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and indeed have been briefly elucidated in the state reporting guidelines and principles that the African Commission adopted in relation to Article 21 and 24 of the Charter. But she drew our attention to the nature and scale of the crisis affecting the continent, including in terms of, for example, the biodiversity loss that the continent is facing. And Africa is endowed with enormous natural endowment and blessings. It is home to a quarter of the world mammal species and a fifth of bird species. And therefore the importance of the continent from a biodiversity perspective, not just for people on the continent, but also for the world, is enormous. Yet this is also a continent that is basically facing enormous pressure in terms of biodiversity loss, and some of which are basically a result of what can be termed activities that are large in scale and criminal in their character. And one of the issues that we are exploring as part of this discussion is the question of whether the concept of ecocide that is being articulated as part of the attempt to expand the protection to environment is an avenue that provides us the additional arsenal that we need at our disposal to fight against conditions threatening the environment in Africa, including through designating the most severe environmental violations as international crimes. And to reflect on this, I would like now to invite Mr. Vok Ighoroje, who is the expert and Director General of International Justice Program at Reed Center in Nigeria. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and Commissioners, Member States of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, members of the National Human Rights Institutions, and civil society colleagues. Mr. Chairperson, let me join others before me to congratulate you on your election for you and your deputy, and that we look forward to a fruitful and collaborative tenure. The speakers before me have spoken a lot on the challenges that we face today in Africa. Our planet is under immense pressure. Forests are disappearing, oceans and rivers are choking with plastics, and temperatures are rising. According to analysts, about 10 million hectares of forest is lost annually, species are endangered, and many have been extinct. Extreme weather events like floods, droughts, and heat waves are becoming normal. We can no longer live in denial. The signs are everywhere. And that brings ecocide law and human rights in Africa. Environmental harm is one of the most urgent human rights issues on the continent. From oil and gas pollution in the Niger Delta of Nigeria to deforestation in the Congo Basin, droughts in the Sahel, and floods exacerbated by climate change. These are not environmental crises. These are crimes against the people and the planet. The right to a healthy environment is inseparable from the right to life, health, food, and dignity. Therefore, we need accountability, and that brings ecocide law. Ecocide means mass damage and destruction of ecosystems, that is severe, widespread, or long-term harm to nature, whether through industrial pollution, illegal mining, deforestation, or fossil fuel exploitation. A global movement seeks to recognize ecocide as an international crime, alongside genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. The aim of this is to make severe environmental destruction a crime of the highest order, holding corporate and government decision makers personally accountable. So why do we need ecocide law? Why does it matter for Africa? Africa bears the brunt of global environmental degradation while contributing least to it. Often, the damage is caused by companies from the global north. An international law could allow personal accountability for actors from the global north and big corporations causing ecocide and human rights devastation in Africa. From extractive industries to toxic waste dumping, many communities face systemic violations of their environmental and human rights. Ecocide law aligns with Article 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which guarantees the rights of all people to a general satisfactory environment favorable to their development. The Charter already recognizes the collective dimension of rights and the link between environment, peace, and justice, making Africa a leader in recognizing ecological rights. Ecocide law will therefore strengthen existing mechanisms, complementing the African Commission and the African Court on Human and People's Rights to work on environmental and socio-economic rights. Environmental destruction undermines the right to life. It undermines the right to health, to food, water, culture, and self-determination. Recognizing ecocide would bridge environmental protection and human rights enforcement, addressing the root causes of displacement, conflict, and poverty. It shifts accountability from communities bearing the burden to those with power and responsibility. CEOs and leaders, government leaders, and policymakers who authorize or ignore large-scale environmental actions. Africa's voice have historically shaped international law, from the anti-apartheid movement to the birth of the International Criminal Court. Now, African can lead again by championing ecocide law internationally and within the African Union framework. Several countries like Vanuatu, Samoa, Fiji, and recently our own Democratic Republic of the Congo have already engaged in discussions on criminalizing ecocide. The recent meeting of the Ministers of Environment conference in Nairobi agreed to make ecocide law priority for the continent for 2025 to 2027. Again, in the International Conference Union of Conservation last week, a motion to support ecocide was moved, motion 062, and was adopted. Regional leadership could ensure the law reflects African realities, environmental justice, community rights, and sustainable development. In concluding, we therefore urge the African Commission to support recognition of ecocide as a crime under international law. Like I said before, there are 4 crimes currently: the crime of genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of aggression. So recognizing ecocide will mean making ecocide the 5th international crime. Furthermore, we encourage the African Commission to explore its incorporation into regional and national legal frameworks, advocate for corporate accountability and environmental justice in Africa. Also, we encourage the African Commission to issue general comments or guidelines on Article 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Encourage the African courts' engagement. The Commission can refer cases to the African Courts on Human and People's Rights. And finally, the African Commission is encouraged to engage with the African Union to adopt a protocol on environmental protection and ecocide, and also to partner with civil society and indigenous communities. Commissioner Deso, I thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. One of the most critical lines in his intervention is the point about how the recognition of ecocide can shift the responsibility from the people who are bearing the brunt of environmental stress and crises to those with power, including authorities that enable or give a blind eye to the perpetration of these massive scale environmental violations, and of course those with money, corporate power. I think those are important considerations as we reflect on the points that have been raised. And here we clearly have the mapping of the nature and scale of the environmental crisis facing Africa from the presentations that have been made. What these environmental crises consist of, from pollutions of land, water, and air, to desertification and land degradation, the climate emergency, illegal fishing, to certain corporate practices that actually lead to the release of toxics to the air, to land, water, affecting various communities and the environment. And indeed, we have also a mapping of who is affected and how they are affected in terms of the impact across the generation of rights, from civil and political rights, including, most of all, The most important right, the right to life, having been affected. The right to personal security of the person as a result of the air that kids inhale, the air that and the water that women drink and inhale, leading to, in Ghana, for example, to the birth of deformed kids. The impact is devastating on the African continent, and therefore who are affected as a result of this is also made clear. And the role that different actors play as well, from Parliament to regulatory authorities, and most importantly, as Fiona put it, the communities, local communities, and environmental rights defenders, the role that they play, and national human rights institutions that need to be recognized and protected. And here, of course, needless to say, the stakes are high for each and every one of us sitting here. If I ask each state delegate the kind of environmental degradation affecting communities in your own country, in your own jurisdiction, I'm sure each of you have something to share in the course of this deliberation. But I think we have to move, the first thing that we need to do is to recognize the gravity of the situation. And then, as the Ghanaian Member of Parliament said, we need to move from rhetoric to action. And that requires holding ourselves accountable as well. Now I open the floor for your kind reflections and interventions.
I want to make a very brief point. Je voudrais, Honorable Commissaire.
Honorable Commissioner, I'd like to congratulate you for having proposed to discuss on environmental crisis issues and more generally the preservation, conservation of the right to the environment in Africa. Why? Because I think the Commission has to continue to assume its play its role as a pioneer. I think Honorable Commissioners, as I was saying, on this environmental issue, the continue has to play its leading role. Why am I saying this? If you remember correctly, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights is in this charter that for the first time, the right to environment, a sound environment, was laid down as a fundamental right. It's only recently that this acknowledgement took place with the resolution of the Human Rights Council of 8 October 2021. That was then endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly. So I'd like to discuss one very important thing: access to justice. I think the Honorable Deputy from Ghana talks about it. Justice will not be a reality if individuals cannot access it directly. I think there are two challenges that I can see, two main challenges. The first is that in this legal system, individuals are not, there cannot be a civil party when there's environmental damage, because it is seen as, viewed as collective right. So for me, that's a very major stumbling block, and that requires reflection. The second, I see it in the interpretation of this charter in Article 24 that I mentioned, which says that all peoples have the right to a satisfactory and global environment. A primary facie reading can actually mean that, or we interpret that it's a collective right. I think it's a simple repression that requires deeper analysis. Commissioner, we have the possibility of specifying the meaning of that provision in a general observation that you're making. So to conclude my remarks, I'd like to propose that they pay particular attention to the issue of access of justice in this issue. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Points. And indeed, Africa, once again, has been a leader when it comes to the recognition of the right to the collective rights of people to environment. And the world has been cheering the fact that the UN recognized the right to environment during the last couple of years. But Africa actually recognized it, as you rightly said, in 1980 already, under the protocol. I understand there are some organizations that have requested for the floor, but before that, I would like to give the floor to state delegates. I see the distinguished representative of Eritrea. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairperson, thank you for giving my delegation the floor. Since this is the first time I am taking the floor, allow me to congratulate the new bureau with the new elected chairperson and vice chairperson. I wish the new bureau success in its important work they are entrusted with. Also, a very good afternoon to all excellencies, diplomats, members of the commission, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand on established protocols. Well, I thank the chair of the panel and all the panelists for their insightful and informative presentations concerning this very timely subject. Regarding Eritrea, Eritrea takes its environmental protection and conservation seriously. Geographically, Eritrea is located in an environmentally fragile area in the Horn of Africa region. Being located in the arid and semi-arid areas has entailed persistent climate-related challenges such as drought, desertification, and unpredictable and unreliable rainfall. Departing from this realization, Eritrea is undertaking immense efforts aimed at conservation of nature and enhancing ecological balance. To mention a few of these efforts, the establishment of the national database that is aimed at identifying and conserving Eritrea's national habitat and ecology. And thanks to this research and collection done in the last 5 years, about 5,000 terrestrial and aquatic fauna and flora have been identified, documented, and included in the national database. In addition, preparation of a 5-year national biodiversity strategy and action plan that is from 2026 until 2030 is well underway and is expected to be finalized soon. To underline the urgency and immediacy of this endeavor, a national conference was held in Eritrea on September 5, 2025, under the theme Conservation of Eritrea's Fauna and Flora Safeguards Our Future. This event was jointly organized by main stakeholders, the Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Land, Water and Environment, Minister of Marine Resources, Forest and Wildlife Authority, National Higher Education and Research Institute, and representatives from International Union for Conservation of Nature. This conference reiterated the vital importance of environmental conservation that takes into account the fate of future generations also. Furthermore, extensive land enclosure initiatives are being undertaken aimed at reversing decades-old environmental degradation and ecological disasters. Thus, land enclosures are located in all regional administrations, or ZOBAs to use the local term. Thus, land enclosures in connection with the ongoing soil and water conservation efforts have so far yielded positive results. In the recently observed World Food Day and the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty on 16 October 2025, the interlinkage between environmental conservation and safeguarding food security was once again underlined. On this note, Eritrea will keep working to conserve its environment by introducing climate-resilient agriculture that would promote ecological balance and sustainable resource management. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, the delegate of Eritrea, for sharing with us Eritrea's experience, highlighting the fact that Eritrea is in an ecologically fragile area that requires vigilance in terms of protecting the environment, and also in relation to that, a very interesting point that is noted is basically the importance of data in terms of identifying the fauna and flora that requires both in terms of its vulnerability, but also the kind of protection and conservation that can be initiated. Data is critical. And your point about the involvement of diverse set of ministries, it's not just the Ministry of Environment or Natural Resources, but a wide range of ministries or state institutions are implicated for addressing the kind of challenge that we face as far as environment is concerned. That is very well noted, and thank you for sharing that. I don't see any requests from delegates. I'll come to members of the Commission shortly. But we have registered delegates. The first is from National Human Rights Institutions, Commissioner Philile Tule of the National Human Rights Commission of South Africa. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Esteemed commissioners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the South African Human Rights Commission welcomes this opportunity to engage with the fellow experts on the critical intersection between environmental protection, human rights, and socio-economic justice. South Africa recognizes the right to a healthy environment as integral to the realization of other fundamental rights, including the right to life, health, food, housing, and land. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa explicitly affirms these rights and obliges the state to ensure that all people have access to an environment that is not harmful to their health or their well-being. The submission, Chairperson, on unlawful gold mining in Ghana earlier resonates deeply in South Africa, where communities such as Xolobeni, Melmoth, and Matubatuba in KwaZulu-Natal continue to struggle against extractive projects that threaten their land rights, livelihood, and cultural heritage. In Xolobeni, for example, communities have resisted titanium mining that would displace residents and irreversibly damage the environment. Similar struggles in Melmoth and Matubatuba highlight the intersection of environmental degradation with socioeconomic vulnerability disproportionately affecting rural and marginalized populations. Tragically, the fight for environmental justice in South Africa has come at a high human cost. Activists and human rights defenders advocating for land and environmental rights have faced intimidation, threats, and in some cases, a loss of life. These events underscore the urgent need for robust protective measures for defenders and strict accountability for those who perpetuate violence. Accountability remains central to addressing these challenges. The South African Human Rights Commission has consistently advocated for clear lines of responsibility for both the government and the private sector. State institutions, including local and national authorities, must enforce environmental regulations, while businesses have a duty to respect human rights and adopt sustainable practices. Parliament Chairperson plays a critical oversight role, ensuring that laws are not only enacted, but effectively implemented and that violations are investigated and remedied. The Commission also emphasizes the gendered impact of environmental degradation. Women, particularly in rural and informal settlements, often bear the brunt of environmental harm as they are primary providers of household food, water, and energy. Protecting the environment is therefore inseparable from promoting gender equality and safeguarding the rights of women. In our work as the Commission, we have pursued several initiatives, including investigations, engaging with communities, advocating for legislative reforms, and partnering with civil society. In conclusion, Chairperson, we affirm that ensuring a healthy environment is not merely an ecological or technical issue. It's a human rights imperative. Both procedural and substantive measures are needed to safeguard the environment. uphold human rights, and protect vulnerable communities. The Human Rights Commission encourages other African states to strengthen enforcement frameworks, hold businesses and their actors accountable, protect activists and community defenders, empower affected communities, adopt gender-sensitive approaches to environmental governance. We reaffirm our commitment to collaborate with regional and international partners to realize the right to a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the National Human Rights Commission of South Africa, Commissioner Philela Ntule, for sharing that important intervention, actually highlighting how the experience in Ghana is not unique to Ghana, that it manifests itself in many other countries. The difference is basically scale and intensity of how it manifests in specific countries. And also the important point about the fact that environmental pressure is not really gender neutral, that actually it has a very gendered dimension to it. And the role of national human rights institutions in investigation, in undertaking various promotional activities is also highlighted. That's well noted. We have run out of time, but there are a couple of interventions, and then I will, Chair, with your permission, get back to the members of the panel for their concluding remarks. One is from the National Human Rights Commission of Sudan. I give you the floor. I would appreciate if you kindly speak to the environmental dimension of how this issue resonates with Sudan and the work that you do in Sudan. Thank you very much.
Shukran, Commissioner Derso.
Commissioner Derso. Yes, indeed. All that has been presented is fully acceptable, but it happens in natural areas where there is stability in the countries, but when it's a conflict situation, then the matter becomes more complicated, especially the challenges mentioned by the speakers. So it becomes more complicated and it's difficult to solve them. For example, the participation, society's participation, and access to justice, all these things become more complicated when it comes to conflict situation. And this is what we witnessed in Sudan. 1 month before coming here, a minor incident happened, but of great significance. Somebody who was driving a truck with some mining sediments. So he, at the end of the day, he went to the riverside in order to clean his vehicle. So all the pollutants will get into the water, to the river. So the fact that the people living in that area are aware of their rights. So they had to intervene, but violently, and they would never wait for the authorities. And there was use of weapons and firearms, and there were some victims. So how can one handle such a situation under such situation? For example, forest devastation also. It doesn't happen only in the rural areas, but even in the urban setup. For example, there is no electricity, but so people have to use forest cover. So under such situations, it's a very difficult matter. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Asoge Hermenegildo Teotonio. This is the NGO with observer status 532. You are most welcome.
Sim, Silências, obrigado pela oportunidade. Eu vou brevemente fazer uma intervenção neste tema que é de extrema importância para as comunidades rurais.
It's a very important subject for rural communities. For instance, I would like to bring the context of Angola related to access to land from rural community. In Angola, most communities have this principle of free and informed consent violated on communal land. I would like to bring the example of the southern part of Huila in southern part of Angola, when farmers took and grabbed the land of the community and they started using it without consent of the community but with the agreement of the local authorities that were accompanied by the local police, and they came for land expropriation, and the community together with human rights defenders at local level who came to complain were arrested since November 2024. Up until today, those members of the community are in prison. This is an example that the land grabbing, violent land grabbing, land that is a source of survival and income for communities can be taken just like that. I therefore commend the high table, the experts that are working in this subject, to understand that free and informed consent should be capital in the process of land attribution, because land is the source of life for most of us. Thank you very much for this panel.
Experience from southern Angola, which I think also adds to the point about the point about communities and the role that communities play and how they are affected, illustrating the point that Fiona made. Finally, Commissioner Lita, if you take the floor and can help us make up for the lost time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I was starting to get very worried. I'll go straight to my questions because of time, acknowledging the wonderful presentations that we've had. My first question is the definition of illegal mining. Chair, my fear is that criminalizing illegal mining could actually be criminalizing informal miners who make their living from their mines that they previously owned but now belong to multinational companies. So maybe if we could get a definition of what illegal mining, then we'll be able to know where our people belong to, the ones who do informal sector work around mines. Secondly, maybe, Chair, if this definition could resolve the value addition dilemma, because if corporate companies that mine our resources could do value addition, maybe they will provide jobs to our youth, and so the youth will not be struggling and risking their lives doing illegal mining in quotes. And thirdly, Chair, I just wanted to find out from the environmental presentations, the examples that we got, I would have liked them to throw some light on the Great Green War Initiative from Djibouti to Senegal, because our member states who strand the Sahara are present, and maybe they can share with us the efforts they are making planting trees to stop the Sahara from encroaching south, and that is something that is incremental. Every year we can know what we are doing as a continent to combat desertification from that. And lastly, Chair, I just want to propose, although I'm also part of the working group, if we could have investigative missions at sites which raise red flags on illegal activities that are dangerous to our people, that displace our indigenous communities and that pollute our water and make our environment unfriendly. I thank you, Chair, and submit.
Thank you, Commissioner Lita. In the interest of time, I now give the floor back to the members of the panel with Honourable Member of Parliament of Ghana, the question that I've asked earlier on. How come that Parliament remained a spectator as this crisis engulfed Ghana? And what is being done to reverse this? And you can actually answer that question in relation to the question that Commissioner Lita asked. Is illegalizing these activities basically the way to respond, or is it a regulatory issue that needs to be?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Deso. I think I would like to start by acknowledging the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament for his commitment to setting up the Human Rights Committee of our Parliament. And this is a committee that was set up just a year ago, and he values human rights issues and prioritizes most of these things. And we pride ourselves as one of the parliaments in Africa with the Human Rights Committee. Yes, and coming back to our fight against illegal mining in Ghana, there's been several steps. The committees on land and natural resources, with their oversight responsibilities, have done a lot, inviting state institutions that are involved in the regulation of mining activities in Ghana to committee settings, and they have made certain strides that led to the setup of the Anti-Galamsey Task Force, which involved the security services in Ghana in the fight against Galamsey. Then again, our Speaker has made a number of commitments by making a bold decision of investigating any member of the legislature who is involved in these illegal activities. And that, I feel, is a very bold step in the fight against, because we see that in Ghana, a lot of these political actors are involved in these activities. And that's one thing that I feel that is a step in the right direction, the name and shame, and it would try to put some level of fear in political actors that are involved in these Galamsey activities. Then again, our parliament recently passed a bill, that's the Gold Ball Act, and that would also try to solve Commissioner's question, which looks into the regulation of small-scale mining. And we feel that this is a bill that will go a long way once we are able to ensure its implementation. It would serve as a gap. It will serve as a step in correcting all these illegal activities within the small-scale mining sector, and that's one bold thing. So going forward, I feel that for us to succeed in this fight, we need the commitment and political will of all political actors, including the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, and that is the way to go. Then also parliaments need to also scrutinize all environmental legislation to see the modern laws that would really help in this fight against illegal mining activities. Thank you.
Excellent. Fiona, your parting shot and any reflection you may have on the issues raised.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to thank the working group for bringing this conversation to the Commission. I think there's so much opportunity by approaching our environmental challenges from a rights-based approach, because these rights are enforceable. We need to move from talking about EIAs to really having rights that we can enforce in our courts. And as mentioned earlier, shifting the power balance where corporations have so much money and these communities really have no access to justice. So if we can shift the balance, for example, by having more criminal standards and ecocide and potential protocol, it would go a long way. So thank you for the opportunity and for all the inputs from NHRIs and CSOs. I think this is a big opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My brother, you are advocating for recognition of ecocide. Now, I have a specific question for you. The Malabo Protocol, extending criminal jurisdiction to the African court,
actually already one of its, the progress that it has registered is exactly addressing environmental crimes. So why should we have a new initiative while the Malabo Protocol already has something in place? Your comment and your final shot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the fact is this, and I think one of the comments from one of the participants about the criminal responsibility for individuals, stating that environmental crimes are collective rights. Now, while we push for ecocide to be recognized as a crime, is to create the possibility for the Rome Statute to be involved in terms of criminal responsibility that brings in both individual responsibility and state responsibility. For us, we think that including ecocide or recognizing ecocide as an international crime under the jurisdiction of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court would broaden the ability for accountability. Some of the mandate and the provisions of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, it's somehow limited, but when it comes to the International Criminal Court, it has a wider jurisdiction and more influence. So for us, we believe that recognizing ecocide as an international crime under the Rome Statute will create that enabling environment for deterrence and widespread intervention in terms of prosecution for criminal liability. Thank you.
All that is left for me to do is basically to recognize the interventions from the chair of the commission, to state parties, NHRIs, members of the commission, and civil society. And most importantly, to thank the members of the panel for their brilliant expose that helped us understand and realize the nature of the problem that we are faced with. Protecting the environment is protecting the conditions that are necessary for living a life of dignity, free from the assault that comes from an environment that is toxic, that is insecure, and that is basically damaged. The urgency and the work is cut out for us, and I do hope that with the collaboration of all of you, this commission would continue to advocate for and expand the regime of protection available for the right to environment. I now thank the chair for giving us the opportunity in terms of eating into his time. Thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence. And please join me in thanking the members of the panel as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Derso. I really commend you for excellently conducting this, the affairs of this panel. We have listened to many contributions that will help us to prepare the general comments that should be made. I would like to thank you all. Now we are move on to item number 5 concerning the human rights situation in Africa. We'll continue that item. So statements, the delivery of statements will continue. Before going back to the list of civil society organizations, we have received 2 requests for the right of response, one from the Kingdom of Swatini and the other one from Uganda. As for the Kingdom of Swatini, I request His Excellency Costa Dwalumini to address the Commission. You have the floor, sir.
Commissioners and
fellow colleagues and participants. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us this opportunity. And we thank you for your indulgence and kindness that you extended to us yesterday. The Kingdom of Eswatini wishes to express concern regarding the source of some of the allegations raised during this session by non-governmental organizations that are neither registered nor operating within the boundaries of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I want you to extend it. Yeah, okay, that's right. It is therefore regrettable that such entities, without first-hand engagement or presence in the country, have chosen to present information that is, in many respects, inaccurate, fabricated, and present information that is misleading. Eswatini views these assertions as very much unfortunate and an attempt to sensationalize issues and to tarnish the good name and reputation of the Kingdom of Eswatini. The government remains committed to transparency and constructive dialogue and cooperation with bona fide partners and human rights institutions, including this very esteemed commission, in the spirit of fairness and mutual respect. Oh my God. I want to move it up. No. I'm very sorry. Bear with me, Chair. The Kingdom of Eswatini wishes to clarify a matter raised concerning its bilateral cooperation agreement with the government of the United States of America under the Third Safe Country Program. This agreement was concluded based on the fact that Eswatini reserves the right to exercise its sovereignty. As such, it has a discretion to choose which state to enter into agreement with. In terms of this agreement, Eswatini agreed to provide temporal safe custody for deportees while negotiations are undertaken with the respective countries of origin for repatriation. Worth noting, Chair, is that such agreements are not unique in Africa, as other countries in other continents conclude such agreements and no question of whatsoever are raised. We wish to put it on record that the total number of deportees is presently 14, that is 1-4. Contrary to the conflicting submissions on the number of deportees made by organizations that took the floor on the issue yesterday, it is important to note that the deportees are accommodated within Eswatini's correctional facilities solely for purposes of safe custody, as they were given a special pass in terms of our immigration laws, not as prisoners. May I state that? Not as prisoners. They are not treated as prisoners. They are not housed with convicted or remand inmates. And their treatment is governed by the standards that ensure dignity and safety. The process of repatriation is actively underway. Notably, one of the deportees has already been safely returned to his country of origin, and similar arrangements are being finalized for the remaining individuals. While in Eswatini, all deportees enjoy their rights to communicate freely with family members, consular officials, and legal representatives. The International Organization for Migration regularly visits the deportees to monitor their conditions and ensure their treatment aligns with international human rights standards. Moreover, the IOM continues to collaborate closely with the Kingdom of Eswatini to facilitate and expedite negotiations with countries of origin of the remaining deportees, and also facilitate safe return to their countries of origin. Chair, Honorable Chair, the Kingdom of Eswatini wishes to categorically refute the allegations that the Suppression of Terrorism Act and its sedition and subversive activities are used as instruments to silence dissent or suppress legitimate political expression. Legitimate political expression. These laws are applied strictly in accordance with the Constitution and the principle of equality, non-discrimination, and the right to a fair hearing. Arrests made under these laws follow through investigations conducted by competent law enforcement agencies. Prosecutions are independently instituted by the Director of Public Prosecutions, and all cases are adjudicated by impartial courts following due process and the rules of evidence. Chair and distinguished participants and commissioners, it is pertinent to call that the constitutionality and legality of the Suppression of Terrorism Act and the Sedition and Subversive Activities Act were comprehensively viewed and upheld by the Supreme Court of Eswatini in Prime Minister of Eswatini and another versus Masego and others, other sections. The court provided clear reasoning affirming that these laws are consistent with the Constitution and necessary to safeguard public order and national security while balancing individual rights. With respect to the appeal by Mr. Baqede Mabuza, the government wishes to clarify that the scheduling of hearings before the Supreme Court is guided by procedural compliance, the timelines prescribed by the court's rules, and the volume of cases awaiting adjudication. The delay in hearing this matter is not exceptional, but part of a broader case backlog affecting multiple litigants, largely attributable to resource constraints and the high caseload before the judiciary. Eswatini reaffirms, Chair, its unwavering commitment to upholding the rule of law, ensuring judicial independence, and protecting the fundamental rights of all persons in accordance with national and international standards. Chair, allow me to say, regarding this statement which we have just issued, if there is any doubt about what we are saying, we warmly and cordially request or invite your esteemed commission to dispatch a team to go to the Kingdom of Eswatini at any time convenient to your service and to your will, to come and verify all that we have just submitted before this August gathering. We will appreciate that, and the government, under the leadership of His Majesty King Mswati III, is willing to do so, as we have done before. Not very long in July, this very same respectful, esteemed commission was in the Kingdom of Eswatini in the invitation of His Majesty to come and verify things on the ground. I thank you for your kind attention, Chair, and my fellow African brothers and sisters.
La Commission vous remercie. Elle apprécie positivement votre volonté de clarifier les situations qui ont été évoquées. Et pour cela,
and for that, we respectfully invite you to make available to the rapporteur of your country the information that you've shared in order to facilitate the analysis of dialogue that we have with Eswatini. For the rest, the Commission takes note of the statement made under your right of response, and we thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Republic of Uganda. Excellency Ambassador, you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to appreciate you for giving us this opportunity once again. And further, we would also like to appreciate the way you've been leading our proceedings. Your Excellency, Chair, my delegation takes the floor to respond to allegations made against my government. Excuse me, I'm being disrupted. Your Excellency, Chair, my delegation takes the floor to respond to the allegations made against my government under Agenda Item 7 during the discussion of the presentation of activity reports by the Special Rapporteur on Women. Chair, the allegations of denial of access to abortion services and reproductive health in Uganda, we say, is misconstrued. And I have been presented in a very generalized manner. We did not find the specifics. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda recognizes the inherent right to life, and the right to life is non-derogable. Your Excellency, Chair, however, in recognition of the need to protect our communities, including the women and girl children, from the risk of unprotected sex, including protection from HIV and AIDS, the government has put in place a robust program on reproductive health services. Government, through the Ministry of Health, trains the health workers to provide post-abortion care and have a comprehensive package to treat, rehabilitate patients, reintegrate them in the communities, and provide family planning and reproductive health education. This is official policy for any abortion, whatever the circumstances that presents itself to the health facility. Your Excellency, Chair, the law permits medical abortion where there are fetal abnormalities incompatible with the lives, and especially the life of the mother. And if the pregnancy is a threat to the pregnant woman in physical form, the law admits that we cause abortion. Government of Uganda remains committed to the provision and protection of the rights to health while taking all necessary steps to protect our communities from harmful practices. Your Excellency Chair, regarding the allegation of harassment or an arbitrary arrest and criminalization of activities of women rights defenders in Uganda, the government, through this delegation, strongly denies the allegations. I wish to inform you that the government of Uganda has put tremendous efforts in the protection of the rights of women and put the women in the center of decision-making and governance, and consistently encourages the women participation in all levels of government. That is in record. The government of Uganda's policy on women and governance is rooted in our own constitution, which guarantees the equal rights and opportunities in all spheres, including the political and civic rights. This is supported by the Uganda Gender Policy 2007, which aims at strengthening the women's participation in decision-making. I would like to refer to the 2024 survey by the Afrobarometer that found that Uganda has made tremendous progress in the women leadership through affirmative action that is intentional. And we've made policies and to the extent that we reserve seats in parliament and local government specifically for women. I would like to put on record that in Uganda, we have a woman vice president, a woman prime minister, a woman speaker of parliament, a woman principal judge, who was until recently the director public prosecution, and several other women in cabinet, parliament, and local government. It is a great contradiction for an allegation to be made that women rights defenders are targeted by the same government that emphasizes and has taken deliberate steps towards the empowerment of the women in collaboration with the civil society. All these women in big offices were a result of the work of the civil society, including the women rights defenders. It can't be the same women in government who are looking the other side. Further, Your Excellency Chair, the Uganda Police Human Rights Policies launched in 2019 promotes democratic and accountable policing. Key principles include respecting the human dignity, upholding the rights of all people, and acting with fairness, self-control, and integrity. The policy guides the police to avoid abusive, harassing, and bullying behavior. I would like to add that you take personal responsibility as a policeman if you act arbitrarily. So we'd like to put this on record too. In addition to this, a bid to achieve the full force of this constitution, the right to liberty and its corresponding obligations upon security agencies. There are existing guidelines that have said that a police officer or a security personnel is asked to take personal responsibility if he acts outside the law. Your Excellency would like to state that it would not be good for people to to weaponize whatever is being done so that they elude their responsibility under the law. Some people, recently a lady was arrested and she claimed that she was abducted, only for us to find out that this lady had sold somebody's land and disappeared. So the person wanted his money and he claimed he was abducted. So some of those people who elude legal accountability must be taken, must be also investigated. Your Excellency, before we conclude, just recently in July, I think on 25th, the government agencies, including the Human Rights Commission and the Equal Opportunity Commission, that is in Uganda, offered training for the women human rights defenders themselves. And they were teaching them on how to operate in the space that they have been given, really with big leverage. I'm shocked that nothing was stated about that. Your Excellency, in the same Human Rights Commission, they have set a Human Rights Defenders Desk, which I think monitors and reports on issues concerning the human rights defenders. And therefore, Your Excellency Chair, we urge anyone who has this kind of a person or the organization with this kind of complaint to take it to the Human Rights Desk. Your Excellency, Uganda has come a long, long way, and we don't take this for granted. With me, there are ladies, highly educated through affirmative action, and we don't take that for granted. Any woman who comes in space which has been developed for us should respect it and shouldn't use it to again attack the same system that has brought us up. Thank you.
Excellency, the Commission thanks you for the statement made on the right of response by the Republic of Uganda, and we take note of that. We shall now continue with the statement, and I shall now go by the list of the NGOs. Now, I give the floor to the International Commission of Lawyers, International Jurist Commission, IJC. They are not here. I now give the floor to Minority Rights Group.
International Commission of Jurists, a landmark decision by the UN General Assembly at the end of 2024 to move to a negotiation process for an international convention on the prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity provides an opportunity for African states to lead on filling a critical gap in international law to address some of the gravest crimes under international law.
Madame, un instant. Les interprètes me font dire que, que le débit est très rapide et qu'ils ont du mal à vous suivre. Ouais. Rapprochez-vous du micro et parlez plus lentement, s'il vous plaît.
Apologies for that. Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioners, I'll start again. So this is the statement of the International Commission of Jurists. A landmark decision by the UN General Assembly at the end of 2024 to move to a negotiation process for an international convention on the prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity provides an opportunity for African states to lead on filling a critical gap in international law to address some of the gravest crimes under international law. Starting in January 2026, states will embark on a 4-year process to develop and conclude a convention in 2029. Now, states have the opportunity to develop a tool that will expressly codify the obligation to prevent and punish crimes against humanity, strengthen domestic systems to ensure accountability for these crimes, facilitate criminal justice, cooperation across borders, and provide victims and survivors with better access to justice and reparations. These crimes are a blight on the continent, whether committed by states, armed groups, or corporate actors in peace or in wartime. African states can and should play an important role in the development of the convention and can do so in 3 ways. First, African states should support the meaningful equitable, and safe participation of diverse civil society and survivors in the elaboration of the convention, while the General Assembly resolution only recognizes a role for ECOSOC accredited NGOs, those without ECOSOC accreditation should also be permitted to participate through a non-objection procedure. Due consideration should also be given to facilitating equitable geographical representation, gender parity, and inclusion of the underrepresented groups and individuals. Second, African states should engage in a critical review of the existing draft text to identify areas where it can be strengthened, particularly to ensure that it requires a trauma-informed, gender-competent, and intersectional approach to access to justice and accountability, and provides tools and mechanisms for its effective implementation. We welcome Sierra Leone's leadership and wide African state support for incorporating the slave trade into the convention. We encourage states to identify additional amendments to strengthen the text, particularly those that promote protection of marginalized groups and the interests of victims and survivors. And third and lastly, Mr. Chairperson, African states should provide forums at the regional level in 2025 and 2026 for further discussion and development of proposals to strengthen the existing draft text of the convention and to deliver meaningful regional input, ensuring negotiations at the United Nations in New York are not conducted in a vacuum. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson. That is the statement of the International Commission of Jurists endorsed by several partners. I thank you.
La Commission.
The Commission thanks you and takes due note of your statement. Now, Minority Rights Group, you have the floor. Please comply with the time limit for your statement.
MRGs, congratulations to you and Vice Chair upon your election as Chairperson and Vice Chairperson of the African Commission. My name is Samuel Ade. I'm the Advocacy and Litigation Officer for Minority Rights Group. And I'm humbled, Honorable Chair, to make this statement on behalf of Minority Rights Group regarding the situation of minorities and indigenous peoples in Egypt. Discriminatory laws deny the Baha'i religious minorities their civil rights and their rights to effectively and freely practice their religion. Egyptian laws recognize only three religions, that is Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. A 1960 law banned Baha'is activities, dissolved Baha'is institutions, and confiscated Baha'is properties. These laws effectively discriminate against the Baha'is community members who are denied their right, amongst others, to obtain ID cards, to register marriages, to obtain legal documents for their children, and to register real estate. Because of the ban and the requirement for Baha'is or for Egyptians to indicate their religion on application forms. Further, the discriminatory laws have resulted to Baha'i community members entering Egypt to be placed on an arrival watch list as if they were criminals or terrorists. Honorable Chair, in Zimbabwe, the Doma and San indigenous peoples face grave injustices due to the evictions and land dispossessions that they face. Laws on compulsory land acquisition have led to the forced eviction and displacement of these communities and the appropriation of their traditional lands for various purposes, including the creation of national parks, nature reserves, and other conservation efforts. These government actions have disrupted these communities' cultural rights and led to the gradual extinction of their languages and cultures, including the erosion of their nomadic or semi-nomadic lifestyles and livelihoods. They are being forced into homestays, which constrain their movements and reduce their abilities to maintain their traditional knowledge, including harvesting of seasonal resources. The results have also been extreme marginalization, poverty, food insecurity, famine risks, conflicts with wildlife, and dependence on external food aid, while the communities also lag behind in terms of access to education, access to water, healthcare, decent work, and other essential services. MRG is deeply concerned by the challenges faced by these communities and therefore respectfully requests this Honorable Commission to make the following recommendations to the government of Egypt in the first instance. That the government should legally recognize the Baha'i faith and to repeal all laws banning the exercise of particular faiths or religions in Egypt. And finally, to remove restrictions on the acquisition of ID cards and other legal documents based on religion, based on religious affiliation, and to ensure that all Egyptians enjoy the same rights without discrimination. Honorable Chair, to the government of Zimbabwe, we urge this Honorable Commission to request that the government grant legal recognition to indigenous communities in Zimbabwe, including the Doma and the Soma indigenous peoples, and ensure their meaningful participation in decision-making processes, especially on matters of land governance and natural resource exploitation. 2, to uphold the rights of the Doma and San indigenous peoples to free, prior, and informed consent. 3, to facilitate access to legal identity documents to ensure that the Doma and San communities access services and participate in developmental processes. And finally, Honorable Chair, to support programs that protect and promote the Doma and San people's cultural heritage, territorial integrity, language, traditional knowledge through targeted protection measures to prevent cultural loss. Thank you very much.
The Commission thanks you. I now give the floor to Program for Forestry People. He's far away from the microphone, please. Microphone. A representative of the international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. The Bagili people have been occupying and developing for decades vast area close to Bipindi, Lukunje, Campo Nyete in the department, on the ocean department of the south of Cameroon. According to estimates by the organization ILO, the population is between 10,000 and 30,000. But these estimates are not very difficult to ascertain. But we want to draw your attention to the risk of the loss of their identity as hunter-gatherers who have been forcibly removed from their area as a result of the Lukunjenyo project. And the project involved the expropriation of their lands, which resulted in the classification of deer forest according to decree, and out of 129,118 hectares led to the expropriation by the state of Cameroon, and especially they are also there were also some of the forest concession that were taken from there were given to some companies, including MMG, MBA, and there are also projects being undertaken in their area, or projects which could impact the lives of these indigenous groups. And here we can mention the construction of the Cameroon-Chad pipeline, the creation of industrial port zone in Kribi, and then the undertaking of some agricultural activities by Suka Palm, as well as some mining activities by Biopalm and palm resources. And so these communities have seen their land taken from them without appropriate consultation and without adequate compensation. From 2019 to 2023, national jurisdiction, the courts, the indigenous groups went to the courts as a result of the seizure of their lands, so that the unilateral measures undertaken by the government will be quashed, as well as the cancelling of the land title given to these companies by the state. However, there has not been any response, and furthermore, the UN Committee for the elimination of racial discrimination has been seized by the Bidijiri community and then the other groups affected, for example, and they called on them to take steps to end the expropriation of the lands of Bagali. But despite the measures taken in their favor, no measure has been adopted by the Cameroon state to actually provide relief to the Bajili people. So we call on the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and to guarantee the rights of the economic, social, and cultural rights of the Bajili people, and in respect of their identity, as well as the right to make use of their natural resources for their exclusive benefit, and their right to compensation in the case of the expropriation of their lands. And also they express their concern regarding the grave prejudice caused by the rapid development of oil palm plants, the activities of mineral companies, and also call on the Cameroon state to adopt a legislation to protect the rights of the indigenous Bajini community, and also ensure that their rights to their lands are upheld, and also to revoke the concession accorded to the agricultural companies, and then also end the granting of new concession to other companies, especially in areas without the prior consent of the Bajali community. And also, we call on Cameroon to ensure their legal security and ensure their right to their lands. Thank you very much. The Commission thanks you, and that was the last statement on the list. And on the list of statements under item 5. So it's now 1:32. We've exceeded our time by 2 minutes, so we shall now break for lunch and resume at 2:35, and that will be led by the Honorable Chairperson Hatem. We now adjourn till 2:35. Thank you.
Adamachi Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dalen Chijama, Fichi Gambia, de Kuwai Kurel Buyore Chirudomo Adamachi Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Africa.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
I don't like it. And the member states just I need to
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Angola, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Darlen Chijama, Fichi Gambia, de Kuwai Kurel Buyore Chirudo Adamachi Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Okay, all right. Ban FGM. That's why we are pushing to ban FGM now. Thank you.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallen ci jama fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallen ci jama fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Africa.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dal Chijama, Fichi Gambia, de Kuwai Kurel Buyore Chirudomo Adamachi Africa.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Mesdames, Messieurs, on va reprendre avec la séance de l'après-midi et
We're going to start with the report of the Honorable Commissioner Zakaria Mwendenga, who is the chairperson of the Working Group on Socio-Economic Rights in Africa. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. It's my distinct honor to present my report. The report is submitted in accordance with Article Rules 25(3) and 64 of the Rules of Procedure of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, hereinafter referred to as a Commission, and covers activities undertaken during the intersessional period between 83rd and 85th ordinary sessions of the Commission. The report covers activities I undertook as a member of the Commission, as a country rapporteur responsible for monitoring human rights activities in Ethiopia, Liberia, Malawi, Rwanda, and Uganda, and as chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The report is divided in 3 sections as follows. Section 1, Introduction. B, Section 2, Part 1, Activities undertaken in my capacity as a member of the Commission and country rapporteur, monitoring human rights situation in my countries of responsibility. Part 2, Activities undertaken in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. C, Section 3, Part 1 thereof, Situation Analysis of ECOSOC's rights on the continent. Part B thereof, Opportunities seized by the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And lastly, but not the least, Part 3, Conclusions and Recommendations. Now, I proceed with Section 2, which is the intersessional activities. I deal with Part 1, activities undertaken in my capacity as a member of the Commission and country rapporteur. A. Activities as a member of the Commission. 84th Ordinary Session. From the 21st to the 30th July 2025, I participated in the 84th Ordinary Session of the Commission, which was held virtually. The session mainly considered communications, resolutions, reports, and other documents and matters arising. 38th Extraordinary Session. On the 19th September 2025, I participated in the 38th Extraordinary Session of the Commission held virtually. The session considered both technical and organizational issues and urgent documents of the Commission. Second joint retreat between the African Court on Human and People's Rights and the Commission. From the 2nd to the 3rd June 2025, I participated in the second joint retreat between the African Court on Human and People's Rights, hereinafter referred to as the Court, and the Commission, which focused on guidelines of implementing the complementarity between the Commission and the Court. The retreat also reviewed achievements since 2022, since the 2022 Addis Ababa retreat, and adopted concrete measures to deepen collaboration between the two organs. Promotion mission to the Republic of Ghana. From the 29th September to the 2nd October 2025, together with the country rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Republic of Ghana, the special rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa, the chairperson on the prevention of torture in Africa, the chairperson of a working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights violations in Africa, and the special rapporteur on prisons, conditions of detention and policing in Africa. We conducted a promotion mission in the Republic of Ghana. The promotion mission aimed to promote the work of the Commission and gather information on the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and its protocols, with a view to encouraging and assisting the state in its effort to comply with the African Charter and other regional instruments. I now deal with country monitoring. In accordance with the Commission's mandate under Article 45 of the African Charter, the Commission has an important role in the implementation, monitoring, and assessment in respect of the provisions therein. In this regard, the members of the Commission have the responsibility to monitor the situation of human rights in countries and address concerns as appropriate. In doing so, states parties and other stakeholders are encouraged to cooperate and consult the country rapporteurs of the Commission in the design, planning, implementation, and review of human rights mandate in their countries. In line with my mandate, I monitor the situation of human rights as a country rapporteur in the countries which I had mentioned earlier. During the intercession period, therefore, I paid particular attention to the human rights situation in these respective countries, and in doing so, I issued letters of urgent appeals and press releases on the human rights concerns which were brought to my attention. A joint letter of appeal to the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. On the 5th June 2025, as country rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa, together with the rapporteur on prisons, conditions of detention and policing in Africa, and rapporteur on human rights defenders, focal points on reprisals and judicial independence in Africa, we sent a joint letter of appeal to His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, regarding reports of the alleged arbitrary arrest and detention of striking health workers in Ethiopia. According to the reports, at least 80 health workers across the country had been detained following a partial strike which commenced on the 12th May 2025 and a full strike which commenced on the 19th May 2025 by health professionals demanding a pay rise and safe working conditions, paralyzing critical services at referral hospitals, According to the information reaching the Commission, the Ethiopian Health Professionals Movement, a coalition representing doctors, nurses, and allied health workers, circulated the statement making an urgent call to action condemning what the statement described as campaign of suppression by the government. The reports indicate that the statement alleged that the authorities had responded to peaceful wage demands with arbitrary arrest, threats, and workplace harassment. In view of the concerns expressed and in the light of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia's regional and international commitments, we urged the government of Ethiopia to carry out quite a number of activities. I wish to report that the Commission received a response to the joint letter of urgent appeal from the government of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia dated 18th September 2025. The government indicated that the partial strike which took place in some parts of the country, mainly in Addis Ababa on the 13th May 2025 and the full strike on the 19th May 2025 significantly disrupted health services, placing patients in critical care units, women in labor, children and individuals traveling long distances for scheduled appointment at severe risk, posing immediate risk to the health and safety of patients. According to the government, the strike deviated from the initial objective as certain participants engaged in threatening behavior towards health professionals who chose not to participate and remain on duty. The response indicated that the illegal measures included verbal intimidation and threats directed at non-striking staff to compel their participation and attempts to obstruct access to critical units, hindering the ability of on-duty staff to provide essential services. According to the government, consequently, these actions created a hostile work environment and further jeopardized patient care by disrupting the operation of essential medical care. The government stated that the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission made a surprise visit of the detention center where the suspects were held and confirmed that their arrest was made with due process guarantees. However, the government, in accordance with the national criminal policy guided by the public interest, is determined to resolve the issue through administrative mechanisms, including consultation, dialogue, and a decision was rendered to discontinue the criminal prosecution of all suspects who were ultimately released. Therefore, according to the government, they claim that the Ethiopian government has threatened, harassed, and arbitrarily arrested health workers are a misrepresentation of the actual circumstances. A joint letter of appeal to the Republic of Senegal. On the 11th September 2025, as the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa, together with the Commissioner Rapporteur of Human Rights Situation in the Republic of Senegal and the Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, Internally Displaced Persons and Migrants in Africa, we sent a joint letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Senegal, regarding the reports of situation of displaced persons in Kar Yal in the St. Louis region of Senegal. I will skip some of those details, but suffice to say that in view of the concerns expressed and reaffirming the rights of the freedoms enshrined in the African Charter, we respectively urge the Republic of Senegal to carry out certain recommendations which are stipulated in the report. Chair, the Commission is yet to receive a response from the government of the Republic of Senegal. Then a joint letter of appeal to the Republic of Uganda. On the 13th October, as country rapporteur of the Human Rights Situation in the Republic of Uganda, together with the chairperson of the Commission and the Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights Defenders, focal points on pressures and on the independence of the judiciary in Africa, and the chairperson of the working group on the death penalty, extrajudicial, summary or arbitrary killings, and enforced disappearance in Africa. We sent a joint letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, regarding reports of the alleged abduction of two Kenyan human rights defenders. The reports indicated that Mr. Bob Njagi and Mr. Nicholas Oyo were abducted in Kampala, Uganda on the 1st October 2025 from a fuel station by masked, uniformed and armed men to what appears to be linked to be activities of involvement in a propaganda campaign against Mr. Robert, who is popularly known as Bobby Wine, an opposition leader. From the information indicated, further information indicated that despite advocacy efforts by several Kenyan and international non-governmental organizations, the whereabouts of the two activists have remained unknown for the 10 days since the incidents. We also made some recommendations asking the government of Uganda to take certain responses. Unfortunately, to date, we're yet to receive a response from the government of Uganda. Then there was also a letter, a joint letter and press statement on the commendation for signing of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. On the 15th July 2025, as country rapporteur for the Republic of Liberia, together with the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, we sent a joint letter of commendation to the President of the Republic of Liberia and issued a statement for recognizing the Republic of Liberia's commitment to signing the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. Then we also did a letter of commendation welcoming the Constitutional Court decision in Malawi. On the 18th July 2025, as a country rapporteur for the Republic of Malawi, together with a special rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa, we sent a joint letter of commendation to the President of the Republic of Malawi, welcoming the Constitutional Court's decision striking down Section 200 of the Penal Code, which criminalized defamation, declaring it unconstitutional for violating freedom of expression. Press statement on the occasion of the World Mental Health. On the 10th October 2025, in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights on behalf of the Commission, I issued a statement on the occasion of the World Mental Health Day. The day is commemorated annually to raise awareness of mental health issues around the world and to mobilize efforts. Then, Chair, may I slide to activities undertaken in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. I'll just give in brief. Firstly, promotion and protection of ECOSOC rights in Africa through strategic engagements with partners during the intercession period. From the 25th to the 26th September 2025, in partnership with the GIZ, BMZ, and AWARE projects and IPAS, I participated in a continental workshop to promote the socio-economic rights of women, including in the context of extractive industries in Accra. Then there was also a conference on advocacy for the continental ratification and implementation of treaties under the ACHPR monitoring. Then I also took part in a consultation meeting on the draft study on integrating economic, social, and cultural rights in the national development. This meeting took place on the 3rd to the 4th October 2025 in Cape Town, South Africa. And there was also a meeting for the first consultative meeting on the development of guidelines on the elimination of obstetric violence and promotion of maternal health care in Africa. This meeting also took place in Cape Town on the 5th of October 2025. Then, lastly but not the least, there was also a consultative meeting between the Commission and the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics, FIGO. This meeting took place on the 7th October 2025 in Cape Town, South Africa. Lastly, Chair, allow me to give a brief outline on the situation on ECOSOC's rights in Africa, but noting that my time is up, I should just mention that in terms of the situation on ECOSOCs, in the document that I have mentioned on the right to property, the right to work, the right to health, and also the right to education. There is also an item on social protection and security. Under this one, we are reminding the states that the AU adopted the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security in 2022. And this is a key document establishing the framework for member states to develop and implement social protection systems. We are urging all the African states to ratify this very important document. Then I also list the opportunities which were seized, but I won't go through them. But allow me to mention some recommendations to state parties, particularly that is to take legislative and other measures for the full realization of economic, social, and cultural rights in accordance with the African Charter. The second one is sign, ratify, and domesticate protocol to the African Charter on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security, as mentioned earlier. The third one, develop social protection programs that ensure that every citizen has equal access to adequate, affordable, and quality health care. The other one is regulate activities of non-state actors, private actors that provide socio-economic related activities. The other is create employment opportunities, invest particularly in women and the youth, and also ensure access to housing and shelter for all, including the most disadvantaged and vulnerable in society. The other one is ensure access to education for all at every level of the education system. Then there is also reform healthcare systems and provide access to healthcare, including adequate and effective healthcare facilities and services for all. Take measures and put in place access to water, sanitation, and other basic healthcare necessities to the public as conditions for safeguarding health and life. Quite a number of other recommendations, but let me end by saying that the other one, we're urging states to authorize promotion missions by the Commission in line with Article 45(1) of the African Charter. There are also recommendations to the civil society and other partners, these being that one, continue to collaborate and support advocacy efforts at national and regional and continental levels to implement economic, social, and cultural rights. And lastly, provide support to the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in Africa to enable it effectively implement its mandate. To all stakeholders, we are saying that states, parties, national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, and all partners in mobilizing efforts and resources towards projects that will translate into the enjoyment of economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa where they operate. And in conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all members of and expert members of the working group in the execution of our mandate. I would also like to extend profound appreciation to all partners for the continued support and call for a continuous collaboration in promoting and protecting economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. Chair, that will be my report, which I wish to lay before this august House. Chair, I beg to move.
Merci à vous, honorable commissaire.
Much honorable commissioner for the comprehensive report presented. So we shall now open the floor for discussions, and I have a list already prepared, and I shall start with the National Human Rights Commissions, and I have the South African Human Rights Commission. You have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson of the session, Honorable Commissioners, colleagues, the South African Human Rights Commission commends you, Honorable Commissioner Mwandenga, for your comprehensive intersession report and for your steadfast leadership in advancing economic, social, and cultural rights across the continent. The Commission welcomes the working group's continued focus on the indivisibility of rights, particularly its efforts in advancing the right to health, the right to work, the right to education, and social protections, as you have mentioned, and its timely interventions through urgent appeals addressing the protection of health professionals, displaced persons, and human rights defenders. These actions reinforce the African Commission's vital role in ensuring state accountability under the African Charter. The South African Human Rights Commission further commends the prioritization of mental health and the call for a rights-based national mental health policies. The development of guidelines on the elimination of obstetric violence and the promotion of maternal health care in Africa, which addresses structural inequities in healthcare delivery, as well as the advocacy for the ratification of the Protocol on the Rights of Citizens to Social Protection and Social Security, an instrument that will transform how African states approach poverty, inequality, and social justice. In South Africa, Chairperson and Commissioners, the South African Human Rights Commission continues to give prominence to the realization of socioeconomic rights through its monitoring, inquiry, and advocacy work. Among these efforts is the Water Justice Tracker, a national human rights monitoring tool developed by the Commission to track access to water and sanitation across all local municipalities. This innovation has strengthened transparency and public participation in service delivery, helping to identify inequities and areas of systemic failure. However, Chairperson, the Commission is increasingly alarmed by the rise of corruption and organized criminality in the water sector, including a so-called water mafia, who control water tanker distribution, sabotage infrastructure, and profiteer from water scarcity. These criminal networks undermine service delivery, deepen inequality, and erode public trust. The South African Human Rights Commission continues to investigate these violations as part of our broader commitment to combating corruption as a human rights issue and to ensuring that access to water remains equitable, affordable, and sustainable. Equally pressing, Chairperson, is the rising crisis of hunger and malnutrition in South Africa. South Africa is a country that helps to feed the world, yet millions within our borders remain hungry. This paradox exposes the structural injustices that persist in food systems and land access. The South African Human Rights Commission has concluded a national inquiry into child malnutrition, which revealed chronic undernutrition in several provinces and the devastating impact of poverty, inequality, and poor governance on children's rights. Building on these findings, the Commission has initiated an inquiry into the right to food and food sovereignty, to be concluded within the next year. This will examine the systemic causes of food insecurity and explore pathways to transform food systems in line with the principles of sustainability, equity, and self-determination. The Commission's approach to the right to food is grounded on the conviction that food is not only a commodity, but a human right, and that true food security must evolve towards food sovereignty, where people have the right to define their own food systems, produce healthy food, and protect indigenous agricultural knowledge. In this regard, Chair, the South African Human Rights Commission has also intensified our advocacy against the use of highly hazardous pesticides, noting that these substances pose serious risks to farm workers, consumers, ecosystems, and future generations. Thank you, Chair. The Commission urges African states to take decisive steps to phase out highly hazardous pesticides, strengthen agroecological practices, and promote sustainable, sovereign, and toxic-free food systems. In closing, Chairperson, the South African Human Rights Commission thanks Honorable Commissioner Mwandenga and the members of the working group for their exemplary leadership and reiterates its unwavering support for the collective mission to realize all human rights for all people in Africa. Thank you so much.
Merci, Madame, pour votre intervention pertinente.
For your relevant contribution, and I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Madame Tesfaye of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and Honorable Chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, all protocols observed. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission is honored to update the African Commission on the situation of economic, social, and cultural rights in Ethiopia during the intercession period. The Ethiopian Commission has carried out various activities to promote and protect socio-economic rights during the intercession period, particularly sensitization of businesses about business and human rights principles, particularly human rights due diligence. The Ethiopian Commission also continues to provide technical assistance to the government to develop Ethiopia's first business and human rights national action plan, ensuring that the process remains inclusive and participatory. The Commission has also carried out follow-up monitoring on the situation of financial accessibility in the private health sector and on the right to a safe and healthy working environment in the construction sector. Honorable Chairperson, the following are some positive developments. The Ministry of Labor and Skills has developed a draft regulation on domestic workers to address serious violations in the sector. The Ministry of Education is drafting a directive to hold parents and guardians accountable for failing to send school-aged children to school. To facilitate an inclusive, human rights compliant, and participatory process, a consultation has been prepared to guide stakeholders' engagement on the draft Business and Human Rights Action Plan. And finally, the third draft of the National Human Rights Action Plan has been revised to enhance its coverage of socio-economic and cultural rights. The following are some concerning developments. Armed conflict, insecurity, and damage to infrastructure, particularly in the Amhara and Oromia regions, continue to negatively affect the right to health, education, work, and access to social services. Development projects in major cities continue to result in evictions and displacement, often lacking adequate consultation, timely compensation, and transparency. Climate change-induced disasters continue to cause displacement, damage infrastructure, impact livelihoods, and disproportionately affect the most vulnerable. I will make recommendations to the Ethiopian government. Strengthen efforts to mitigate the impact of conflict and disaster-related disruptions on socio-economic rights. Improve early warning, prevention, and risk mitigation framework, and seek continental and international support as necessary. Ensure that development-induced displacements comply with human rights standards, including procedural safeguards. Establish a national minimum wage as provided under the Labor Proclamation, and finally, take coordinated action to prevent and control malaria outbreaks and adopt urgent and long-term strategies to reduce their impact across 7 regions of Ethiopia. I thank you.
Merci pour la concision, Madame Alba, et pour votre intervention.
Statement. Now, before we move to the list of NGOs, I recognize the representative of Eritrea who has requested for the floor. Eritrea, you have the floor.
Allow me to briefly highlight the efforts Eritrea is carrying out in the promotion of economic, social, and cultural rights. Mr. Chair, Eritrea duly recognizes the interlinkage between the provision of health, education, and social protection services and nation building. Accordingly, all programs and activities geared towards this objective are underpinned by this universal recognition. Crucially, also, Eritrea prioritizes the development of its human capital as a prominent denominator and force multiplier in achieving its development objectives. Therefore, Eritrea is striving to put into practice this vital nexus, and thus is already in the midst of implementation of the following three policy objectives. Number one.
Excuse me, est-ce qu'il y a un autre micro encore allumé? Les interprètes entendent deux voix. Allez-y, monsieur le représentant de l'Érythrée, on va essayer. Allez-y.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Crucially, also, Eritrea prioritizes the development of its human capital as a prominent denominator and force multiplier in achieving its development objectives. Therefore, Eritrea is striving to put into practice this vital nexus, and thus is already in the midst of implementation of the following three important policy documents. Number one, National Social Protection Policy and the National Social Protection Strategic Plan that covers the period from 2022 to 2026. This document is providing a developmental alternative and conceptualizes the nature of social vulnerability by addressing the important socio-political drivers that cause and perpetuate socio-economic vulnerability and insecurity. Second, the Eritrean National Strategic Plan 2020 to 2024 to protect children and human rights and prevent FGM or female genital mutilation, underage marriage, and other harmful traditional practices, developed by the Minister of Health, Minister of Labor, Social Welfare, and the National Union of Eritrean Women. Third, the Minister of Education is also implementing a sector strategic plan from 2022 to 2026 to guide the provision of educational services across the whole country. The 2023-2027 Partnership Compact outlining an inclusive and transformative reform agenda for quality learning for all girls and boys produced by the Minister of Education in September 2023 is meant to reinforce the policy of Minister of Education and financed by the Global Partnership Fund for Education. The government is investing heavily specifically on education and health. The percentage of domestic resources allocated for education and health specifically in the past 3 years, that is in 2022, 2023, and 2024, has been about 19% of the domestic resources. In Eritrea, essential health services are free at health centers and health stations, while at hospitals, clients pay nominal fees, 51 nakfa, this is a local currency, for registration. Generally, health services at primary level, such as reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health, are free of charge. A priority certificate is used for waiving registration fee for those clients who are not able to afford them. In addition, 24 hours emergency services are free for all. For all major non-communicable diseases, including mental illness, medication and services are provided free of charge. In similar vein, elementary and junior education is free and compulsory, while secondary and tertiary education is free. Eritrea doesn't expect immediate impact by providing these services to its people. Instead, this is regarded as a long-term investment in the promotion of economic, social, and cultural rights, and through them, the promotion of social justice and sustainable development. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
C'est nous que nous vous remercions pour votre intervention.
Thank you for your statement of Eritrea. We'll now move on to the list of non-governmental organizations. The first Oh, sorry. Apologies. His Excellency, the representative of the Republic of Senegal has raised his nameplate. So I give you the floor, representative of Senegal. Very much, Chair. On behalf of the Republic of Senegal, I would like to thank Commissioner Modenga for his report. My delegation would want to comment on the letter of urgency issued in respect of the people in Saint Louis in Senegal. And I want to reassure the Commission and honorable commissioners that letters of urgent appeal has been received, and a response will be transmitted to the Commission regarding the two recommendations. Thank you. Well, thank you, honorable representative of Senegal, for your response. We've taken due note. So I now move on to the list of So I repeat, equality now, you have the floor. Madam Deborah Nokabi, are you here? Yes, 3 minutes.
Apologies, Honorable Commissioner. I just need one moment to find my statement. Maybe we could come back to me after the next organization, but I'm here.
Bon, cherchez votre intervention, mais si je clôt le débat, j'y peux rien. Alors, je passe à Maat for Peace. Saïd Abdelrahman Besha.
شكرا
عبد الرحمن باشا.
Fahim, Mat for Peace. Do you represent Mat? Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. The right to defend development is very important, but unilateral initiatives by the government of Ethiopia affect this right. For example, the use of water, of water has led to tidal wave, and this has led to 4.5 Sudanese regions, has led to the devastation in the area and has led to hunger in those areas. As for the Night region, it has affected infrastructure and threatened the right of Sudanese in northern part of Khartoum, and has led also to the destruction of houses and the diversion of water. And there are floods also on the 30th of September, has destroyed many houses and affected many Sudanese families. So the people have been displaced as a result, and the flood has affected many areas and affected people's rights to decent living. And the analysis has led to many problems and will affect the soil and also agricultural produce. So, Commissioner, our institution is calling on the Commission to condemn the Ethiopian government and has to start dialogue with the government of Ethiopia in order to find a solution and discuss the adverse effects of the dam. Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to the Center of Reproductive Rights, Nyatogi Kogbo. She's not in the hall. The Universal Organization Against Torture or Anti-Torture Organization, OMSTI. You have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Economic and social rights in Egypt, particularly through the misuse of anti-terrorism laws to target private property, companies, and local investments. Since the launch of the War on Terror in 2013, the authorities have increasingly used exceptional laws such as the Terrorist Entities Laws, the Anti-Terrorism Law, and the Asset Seizure Law to confiscate. Hundreds of companies have been seized, leading to the loss of livelihood, mass job cuts, and deep economic and social instability. And employees linked to these companies also suffer lasting consequences, including financial hardship and social stigmatization. These practices violate Egypt's constitutional of privacy, undermine labor rights, and breach international commitments to protect economic and social rights, enterprise, and fair competition. These practices also discourage local and investment, worsening Egypt's economic rights. We call on this Commission to urge Egypt to use of exceptional laws to target private property, restore institutional protections, and ensure independent oversight of economic investigations, protecting citizen economic and social rights. Thank you.
Right, it's me who should thank you. And the last organization on my list is Lawyers Without Borders Canada, Layonga Asomogo. Lawyers Without Borders Canada. Yeah, please, you have the floor. Have you found your documents or not? Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. Our organization would like to draw the attention of the Commission to the serious situation of the situation in Rayunga, Banjagara, and Timbuktu in Mali. Investigation that we conducted recently in 540 households and 46 schools and 27 local authorities highlight serious violations of socio-economic and cultural rights, especially the right to education. The outcome of this study require so that 80% of the students investigated do not go to school for more than 2 years now. The closure of schools and the occupation of educational infrastructure by armed groups and generalized insecurity are the main obstacles to their education, and this situation exposed the children to many risks like child labor, or, early marriage, psychological problems, and recruitment by armed groups. Your Excellencies, this violation jeopardizes not only the future of an entire generation, but also violate affect the international commitments of Mali, like, for example, the right of the child and also the welfare of the children, as well as the situation and security in school. So as a result, we urge the Commission to urge the government of Mali to open the schools and provide security in the affected regions, and encourage the implementation of national policies on education, especially in those areas for training and also psychosocial assistance, and call on the government to fight against the recruitment of children by armed groups and ensure access to education fairly for both boys and girls, including pregnant girls. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Before we close this discussion, I'll go back to our Mr. Equality now. Have you found your documents?
So, Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Commissioners, all protocols observed. Equality Now welcomes the communication and decision by the African Commission in Communication 686/18, which pertains to the atrocities committed by the Congolese military personnel on 1st January 2011 in Fizi Territory, South Kivu, including rape, murder, torture, looting, and destruction of houses. The Commission recognized the gendered nature of the violence and ordered comprehensive remedies, including the compensation of victims, prosecution and sanction of those responsible for the atrocities within 6 months. We urge the Commission to ensure robust implementation by following up on the Democratic Republic of Congo's submission of a compliance report within 180 days and convening a follow-up hearing given the continued use of rape as a weapon of war in the country. We also raise concern over the growing anti-gender movement in Africa, driven by the conservative state, religious, and civil society actors allied to Western anti-rights groups. The anti-gender groups have conceptualized the family as consisting of a traditional male-headed nuclear family as a husband, wife, and children, which imposes a narrow, patriarchal, and heteronormative definition of the family, as espoused in the Declaration on Family Values in Africa, adopted at the Second Pan-African Conference on Family Values, convened in May 2025. We urge the African Commission to call on member states to ensure that all family-related laws and policies are grounded in the Maputo Protocol's guarantees of equality in the family and marriage under Article 6, the right of women to live in a positive cultural context under Article 17, and the preservation of African values based in the principles of equality, peace, freedom, dignity, justice, solidarity, and democracy under the preamble. In April 2025, Equality Now raised concerns over gaps in rape laws across 45 African countries, systematically denying survivors of justice, and urged member states to adopt both the Niamey Guidelines and the ACHPR Resolution 111 on remedies and reparations for SGBV survivors. Since then, the continent has been experiencing alarming regression, such as continued conflict-related violence in DRC, warnings of systemic rape and sexual violence in Sudan, the abduction and sexual harassment of Uganda activist Agatha Atuhaire in Tanzania. In line with the AU's 2025 theme on justice and reparations, Equality Now urges the Commission to reaffirm that rape during conflict, protests, and states of unrest is a grave human rights violation and demand full independent investigations, whilst urging member states to repeal discriminatory rape laws, and promote the institutionalization of survivor-centered justice mechanisms. Finally, Equality Now welcomes the ECOWAS Court of Justice ruling in Forum Against Harmful Practices versus Sierra Leone, which found the absence of an anti-FGM law to be a human rights violation. And we call upon the Commission to urge Sierra Leone to promptly implement the judgment while decrying regress in Gambia and stalled reform efforts in Liberia. We reiterate that FGM is not a cultural, traditional, or religious practice to be defended. It is a form of gender-based violence and which kills, and therefore we urge the Commission to call on the governments of the Gambia, Liberia, and Sierra Leone to fully implement obligations to end FGM. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. We have taken good note. Your commissioners and also Commissioner Zakaria will also take note. Honorable Commissioner, I'll give you the floor for your final observations. Commissioner Mwandenga, you have the floor.
I would like to thank all the interveners for their very valuable interventions that they have made. Be rest assured that we are going to take into consideration whatever you have said. And for us as a working group on economic, social, and cultural rights, we cherish the fact that we are trying to champion the justiciability of economic, social, and cultural rights in all our countries. And in this regard, we call upon all the states to ensure that economic, social, and cultural rights become justiciable. After all, we all stand to benefit from the justiciability of economic, social, and cultural rights. Chair, that's where I would want to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for this excellent report and for the discussions. Now I am delighted to give the floor to Madam Selma Sassi, Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, Internally Displaced Persons and Migrants in Africa, to present her report. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will submit my report in Arabic. I'll present it in Arabic. Say, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of member states, representatives of national human rights and international organizations, representatives of human rights institutions, civil society, their participants. I will submit this report pursuant to Rules 25, 3, and 64 of the Rules of Procedure of the African Commission. This report provides an account of human rights promotion and protection during the intercession period from the 83rd Ordinary Session held in Banjul in the Gambia to the 22nd of May 2025. The report covers the activities undertaken in my capacity as Commissioner and member of the African Commission, including those carried out pursuant to the mandate entrusted to me as Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, Internally Displaced Persons and Migrants in Africa. In accordance with it also provides an overview of the status of ratification of the African Union Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons in Africa, the Kampala Convention, as well as the status of protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, specific aspects of the right to nationality and indication of statelessness in Africa. It also contains an analysis of the situation of refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons and migrants across the continent, as well as of the human rights situation in countries for which I am Commissioner Rapporteur, namely Libya, Niger, Senegal, and Tunisia. The report concludes with recommendations addressed to the various stakeholders. I will try to summarize this report since you have the full written copy. First of all, I start with protection activities. First of all, activities on protection. First of all, I'll start with the various appeals. The joint appeal concerning justice regarding judges in the Independent Union of Judges in Niger, and joint appeal regarding displaced person in Kharia of Senegal. A joint appeal sent to Senegal in coordination with the African lawyers concerned with the rules of child, with the death of the child, Abdul Khadir Sel, and some students in Senegal. An urgent appeal, a joint one, in fact, sent to Chad regarding the statelessness of or the removal of citizenship of two Saleh Geble and Mr. Makaila. I'll now move on to the press communique regarding Libya, and also joint press communique regarding mass graves in Trablus in Libya. Press communique regarding the disappearance of 60 migrants along the coast of Libya. And then press communique regarding the World Protection Day and the rights of refugees on the occasion of the Universal Day for refugees, and also in Senegal, and the extradition of migrants, African migrants in America, and also the sinking of a ship along the coast of Mauritania, and also disappearance of many people in Tilaberi in Niger, and the death of not less than 50 migrants, Sudanese migrants in the east of Libya. And finally, joint press communique issued by the Independent Platform of the Rights of Refugees on behalf of the American and United Nations Commission regarding the rights of migrants. A congratulatory message was sent to the Republic of Cameroon for its adherence or membership of some special document. I also sent one to Zimbabwe for the protection of all migrants and their families. I sent congratulatory message to the Ambassador Anna Tuambo Aumwa on the occasion of her election on the organization of WHO at the African Union for, and also requesting her to strengthen cooperation with the African Union. I will now deal with some activity reports. I will start with the Kampala Convention on displaced person in Africa. Now about 24 countries and have 10 countries have signed it, and 11 countries have neither signed or ratified it. And in this regard, I would like to indicate that 3 countries alone, only 3 countries have submitted reports in line with the requirement concerning this Kampala Convention and also the articles of the African Commission. We reiterate our request to Angola, Burkina Faso, and call on other countries to do the same like them. I now deal with the African Protocol regarding the rights to protect citizenship in Africa, adopted in February 2024. And this protocol is a historic crossroad in terms of rights in Africa. As for women's rights, there are international laws that respect the citizenship of every individual and then provide citizenship and nationality to those countries. Because if that doesn't happen, it's a clear violation of their rights. We commemorate this year the first anniversary of this protocol. This document has neither been ratified or signed. So we therefore urge the African Union Commission and the United Nations Refugee Commission and all partners to provide assistance and contribute and help to advocate for the ratification of this important instrument. I now move on to present to you the various activities. So I will just indicate these activities. First of all, I participated in meetings and symposia physically. I participated in June 2025 in Belgium in my capacity as the country rapporteur that was devoted to Tunisia, organized by the International Initiative for this particular activity, and you will get you have the details on this initiative. In June 2025 in Geneva, I participated also into a round table regarding rights and also legal rights concerning the rights of refugees deprived of liberties. And I worked with Africans who are deprived of their rights and refugees in general. And I showed the activities in this regard, including, for example, organizing irregular migration by African countries and in the name of sovereignty and the fight against terrorism, and this leads to threats to the lives of migrants, and it can also human trafficking, and to deal with collective migration, and arrest and detention is used as a repression which can be very lengthy and can affect even women and children without the use of alternatives for detention. On 24th of June in Geneva, Switzerland, I participated in a sideline activity organized by the platform of human rights defenders on the sidelines of the Human Rights Commission under the theme sovereignty and the protection of human rights. On June also in Geneva, I participated in an initiative by the platform of independent experts, and members of the platform participated in the document together with other ambassadors and representatives of countries. With the absence of all African countries, we seize this opportunity. Please to join this initiative. On 9 June in Banjul, I participated in a thematic meeting regarding the disappearance of migrants, supported by the Gambia and Switzerland. Between 27 and 28 September in Accra, Ghana, I participated in an advocacy conference in the implementation of the various conventions of the African Commission. I presented a report on ratification of the right to nationality and citizenship, and also the agreement on refugees. I stressed the need to ratify the conventions that have been ratified and integrate or incorporate them in their local laws. In June, I participated in another initiative concerning the disappearance of refugees organized by the African Commission, the Red Cross, and the Migration Organization. And this meeting looked into the latest developments, especially the adoption of a united position to a draft preparation of a movement in support of the people. And 15th of July, I participate virtually with the University of Cornell, devoted to the African principle concerning human rights regarding migrants, asylum seekers, and so on, regarding human rights in Africa. On 16 June, I participated with the International Institute for Sembono in order to cooperate on the 55th section on international law regarding refugees by making a presentation entitled Protection of the Rights of Refugees, Practical Challenges. On 13 June, I participated in a roundtable organized by Amnesty International regarding its report entitled Until Now We Suffer from the Rights of Refugees because of climate change in the southern part of Madagascar. And during this symposium, I submitted a resolution concerning the preparation of a study regarding displaced persons as a result of climate change in order to ensure climate rights. I participated on 24th of September in a meeting of member states of African Union regarding disappeared migrants organized by the International Migration Organization as well as the African Union, and mentioned during that symposium the resolution 68 that deals with the situation of migrants and disappeared persons. I participated on 17th September in a virtual meeting with Human Rights Watch to discuss generally the report published on the on migrants in Mauritania. And in September also I participated in an activity with the African Union, European Union in preparation for cooperation between the two institutions, especially as part of the protection of refugees. And 23rd, I now move on to my participation in the African Commission's activities. Between 2-3 June, I participated through the internet in the retreat of the African Court on Human and People's Rights that was devoted to the discussion of institutional complementary between the two institutions and submitted to my colleagues commissioners. 16 June 2025, I participated in a consultative meeting with the African Union and Peace and Security Council of the African Union between 21 to 30 June. I participated in the private session of the African Union. 6 September, I participated in the extraordinary meeting of the African Union. And in October, I also participated in the 85th ordinary session of the African Commission. Now I do talk about activities in my capacity as a member of the ECOSOC. Like in Ghana, I participated as the vice chairperson of the working group on ECOSOC rights in Africa in a workshop on women's rights as part of extractive industries. The details are in the report. 3 to 4 October in Cape Town, I participated in my capacity as chairperson of ECOSOC rights in a consultative meeting to discuss the Commission's activities regarding national development plans in Africa. From 7 to 8 October in Cape Town, I participated in a number of meetings held on the sidelines of the 5th meeting of the International Union on Women's Disease. Now, I move on to the 4th part of the report concerning the assessment of human rights situations monitored under the mandate in Africa, analysis of the situation of refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, and so on. I would like to remind that there are many activities and violence and climate change that affect massive migration in Africa, and this crisis has compounded because of lack of resources. As for refugees, during the intercession, the situation of refugees has deteriorated because of armed conflicts and also the deterioration of the economic situation in those countries. In West Africa, this situation is very serious now, especially when it comes to cross-border. For example, Ghanaians in the north of Cote d'Ivoire are affecting about 19,000 people, most of them women and children. They belong to the Wapap group in the savannah in Ghana, who are victims of confrontation between various groups, and there are more than 1,000 refugees from Burkina Faso in the north of Cote d'Ivoire, and it is so difficult to provide assistance for them. And the conflict in Sudan, which during as a result of the war that erupted in 2023, this has led to the forced displacement of millions. So the number of refugees in Sudan have attained about 4 million refugees in Ethiopia, Libya, Egypt, South Sudan, and Chad. And in Chad, the spread of cholera in the camps of Sudanese coming from Darfur has compounded the health situation. In August, about 21 cases, cases of mortality in those camps, and this has led to the spread of the epidemic. The human situation of Sahrawis in the camps, and this is the oldest camp of refugees in the world, and this community receive international aid, but there is lack of assistance, and these Sahrawi refugees do not receive assistance. Only 24% of their needs are met, and there is no food security. So this this serious situation affects the dignity and education and also living conditions, as stated under the Charter of the African Commission. So the Commission urges member states and international community to intensify their efforts in order to find a just solution to this problem that ensure human dignity and the sharing of responsibilities and put an end to this prolonged crisis. As for the refugees during this period, this intercession, the situation of refugees is a source of concern. As a result, we call for policies concerning migration, especially in collaboration with European Union countries and the signing of documents or agreements between African countries and with United States and European Union. As for the problem regarding migration, like migration between African countries and its partners, this matter has been looked at, especially the European Union and the United States. So these agreements seek to detain the migrants or transfer them to African countries without any adequate guarantees through transparency and human rights. The European organization contacts help African countries to prevent migrants to go to European countries by arresting them in the high seas. In August 2025, Rwanda received a number of 7 migrants from various nationalities from the United States. In Eswatini, an agreement was concluded with the United States to receive people from third countries, and a number of repatriated persons have been received. And in Ghana, 14 persons have been detained in West Africa and who were repatriated from the United States. And South Sudan has received a number of migrants repatriated from the United States. And many countries have condemned these agreements by delegating migration and has warned the Human Rights Commission of the violation of rights and that agreements should be respected even if implemented with third parties. As for disappeared migrants, many tragic incidents took place. In June 2025, a ship and a vessel sank off the coast of Lampedusa. And recently, 61 corpses were identified, and more than 700 people have died in their attempt to cross the Mediterranean to Europe. And tragic events have happened and has led to many cases of death. And disappearing people also. In this regard, we would like to remind of a resolution adopted by the African Commission, which reiterate the responsibility of the state parties regarding the disappearance of migrants. We seize this opportunity to call on state parties to the Charter and the African Union to intensify efforts to put an end to irregular immigration and also to come up with legal solutions to migration in order to put an end to this situation. As for violation against migrants during this period, during this intercession period, we inform of some serious and dangerous incidents as a result of armed conflict along the coast of Libya. As for displaced persons during this period, their situation is of concern, and this as a result of armed conflicts and also climate change. As for forced displacement, Sudan is the largest displacement crisis, and internal displaced persons stand at about 8 million persons and live under catastrophic situation. In the DRC, about 80,000 have been affected by violence as a result of insecurity in Jogo and in Burkina Faso. Violence perpetrated by armed groups, about 230,000 people have been affected since the beginning of the year. In the south of Sudan, because of political instability, especially in the Upper Nile, and also waves of displacement. As for this forced migration and climate change is a real factor in displacement. In Nigeria, floods have led in Mokwa to the displacement of more than 10,000 people. In the South Sudan, floods have been destructive in Unity province and affected infrastructure and affected more than 2,000 people. In Niger, hard and very difficult climate situation has led also to the displacement of thousands of people. Regarding the fifth person concerning human rights in countries under my responsibility, As for Libya, during this period, that is the intercession period, Libya has been faced with division and institutional collapse, and has led to a serious security situation and impunity. Despite all that, United Nations has prepared a roadmap that Libyans will implement. We urge then all Libyan sides to ensure peace and stability in the interest of the people of Libya. As for security, this period has witnessed the deterioration of security, especially in Tripoli. And as for human rights, the situation is still of concern, because there are many claims regarding huge violations of human rights, including extrajudicial killings and various violations. Yes, and despite the efforts that the Libyan authorities are making, the refugees and asylum seekers and displaced persons are facing serious problems, especially when it comes to their human rights. As for good practices, Libya has set up a consultative council regarding security and human rights, and also the agreement arrived at regarding draft law on disappeared persons. And Libya also has made a declaration to the International Court of Justice to look into crimes committed in Libya. And in Niger, during this intercession period, Niger is still faced with many challenges because of regional instability as a result of the situation in neighboring countries. As for rights and liberties and freedoms, during this period, there are 4 union of judges that have been dissolved, and the African Commission has urged that the rights of those judges should not be restricted, and there should be dialogue between them. And the situation also concerns the situation of people like Musa Changari as a result of detention. As for good practices, we would like to, with the support of the United Nations Commission on Refugees, has now put an end to statelessness. In Senegal, there are information during this period that there are many court cases regarding freedom of opinion, and also the arrest of many people. And these developments has led to the deterioration of the rights. As a result, the Commission has adopted some resolutions that protect whistleblowers regarding corruption. And Tunisia, there are also some developments, and there is an initiative which is considered a negative measure on human rights. And the Commission calls on Tunisia to come up with independent bodies when it comes to information. In another vein, Mr. Masoudi, who has been arbitrarily arrested against the law, and then the Commission also urges for the full protection of the judges and activate the body of judges and ensure their independence. And despite the efforts that are being made by the government of Tunisia, however, the massive expulsion is a negative phenomenon in Tunisia. So the Commission urges the government of Tunisia to ensure that international standards are respected when it comes to human rights. As for good practices, so we welcome the law adopted regarding the organization of work and which is in line with international standards. And finally, I now deal with the recommendations. The recommendation, these are sent to or meant for African Union member states regarding human rights for all migrants and asylum seekers as adopted by the Commission in 2024. To implement a resolution regarding asylum seekers and migrants and also a resolution on asylum seekers and stateless persons. To ensure that human rights should be respected, uphold the principles of Geneva and OAU Convention, and ratify the protocol of the African Charter on Nationality and Eradication of Fatal Death, and the detention of migrants solely, and to share responsibilities and the detention of migrants and replace it with alternatives to detention that are more humane and respectful. Respond to favorably to the Commission's request for authorization to undertake promotion missions. To all member states, Africa, we recommend ratify the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. For those that have not yet done so, in realize the objectives set out in 2018 Global Compact Refugees. As for those countries that have not done so, to ratify the Kampala Convention and for those that have ratified it, operationalize its provisions, commit to the implementation of the 2018 Global Compact for safe and orderly return capital, take concrete measures to effectively address the challenges posed by the impact of climate change. Recommendations to the African Union, advocate with the member states for the ratification of protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, or encourage member states to work towards lasting solutions to existing conflicts in order to address the root causes of forced displacements, accelerate the operationalization of the African Humanitarian Agency. 1 minute, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Accelerate the operationalization of the African Humanitarian Agency by providing it with a substantial funding and effective means of action. And also, as for the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, work with African states to identify durable solutions, increase the financial resources allocated to humanitarian assistance, enhance collaboration with the African. As for civil society, we develop strategies and action plans to promote ratification of protocol, continue advocacy efforts towards universal ratification of conflict. In conclusion, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to all states and partners, in particular the African Union Commission, the ICRC, UNHCR, and IOM, national human rights institutions, and all civil society organizations for their continued support to our mechanism. I thank you for your kind attention, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time given to me. Thank you. Yes, we should thank the audience instead. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Commissioner, for your excellent report.
I'd like to open the floor on that item regard to the report that you're presenting. I saw that my sister from the Gambia would like to take the floor. Madam Ambassador, the floor is yours, and you've got 5 minutes. Before we give the floor to the other organizations, commissions, is there any state that would like to take the floor? Is there any state that would like to take? Raise your flags. Madam Ambassador, you have the floor.
reply to our distinguished representative from Equality Now regarding the status of implementation of the legislation on FGM. This delegation would want to inform that the ratification and enforcement of international protocols relating to children's rights are being implemented. The Gambia ratified the optional protocol on the CRC on the involvement of children in armed conflict, whilst ongoing efforts to enforce and align national legislation with the CRC remain robust. Significant amendments have been made to the Children's Act of 2005, enhancing protection against child marriage, whilst the Women's Amendment Act 2015 protects the girl child against female genital mutilation, FGM. Additional provisions to protect children from all forms of online sexual abuse and exploitation have been made in the Cybercrime Bill 2023, which is before the National Assembly. Further, the Sexual Offences Act 2013, the Labour Act 2023, and the Tourism Offences Act 2023 have been revised to strengthen protection of children against economic exploitation. I would also like to remind the distinguished delegate that the Gambia also signed the protocol against ending violence against women and children. As at now, the particular case of the 1-month baby that died through FGM is currently in the courts, and three women involved have been charged. One of them is currently facing life imprisonment, while the other two have been released on bail, but they're going to court. So this is just to inform and update the Commission and our friends and partners about the status of implementation and on especially Gambia's commitment on protecting children in the Gambia. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame l'ambassadeur, pour ces précisions que vous avez apportées. Je passe maintenant aux INDH. Alors, j'ai une...
Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners, once again, colleagues, the South African Human Rights Commission expresses its appreciation to the African Commission for its continued leadership and vigilancy on the human rights of migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers across the continent. We particularly welcome the focus by the Special Rapporteur, Commissioner Selma Sassi Safer, on missing migrants, forced displacements, and the protection of vulnerable populations. Across Africa, Chairperson, the situation remains deeply concerning. The central Mediterranean route continues to be the deadliest migration pathway, with hundreds of lives lost and many more unaccounted for. Migrants face violence, arbitrary detention, and limited access to humanitarian assistance in several regions, including Libya, Niger, and Tunisia. We commend the Commission's work in documenting these violations. In South Africa, we share these concerns and continue to work closely with communities, civil society, and government to protect the rights of migrants. Migrants and refugees in our country contribute significantly to the economy, including in artisanal mining and small business sectors, yet they remain vulnerable to discrimination, exclusion, and threats to their livelihood. This year, the South African Human Rights Commission has intervened in cases where migrants' access to healthcare and essential services has been obstructed, including a recent case lodged against a local movement or collective called Operation Dudula, which sought to prevent migrants from receiving essential medical care. At the same time, Chair, we recognize the positive steps taken by states across the continent, including legal and institutional reforms to protect migrants, promote social inclusion, and operationalize mechanisms for missing persons. In South Africa, we continue to advance these objectives through monitoring, advocacy, and public education, fostering social cohesion and respect for diversity. The South African Human Rights Commission reaffirms its commitment to supporting the African Commission's work by providing evidence, participating in regional dialogues, and advocating for policies that protect migrants' rights. The South African Human Rights Commission expresses serious concerns, Chair, about the growing practice of deporting individuals, including those with criminal records, to African states, even when such transfers occur with the consent of the receiving countries. While respecting the sovereignty and the sovereign rights of states to regulate migration, the Commission emphasizes that these practices raise profound human rights and ethical concerns. We call on the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to take a clear position condemning the use of Africa as a destination for such deportations without robust protections for the rights, dignity, and safety of those involved. All deportations must adhere to international human rights standards, including due process, humane treatment, and safeguards for reintegration. The South African Human Rights Commission remains committed to working with African institutions, national authorities, and civil society to ensure migration practices uphold human rights and do not place undue burdens on our continent. In conclusion, Chair, while challenges persist, the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights remains critical in shaping policies and standards that safeguard the rights of migrants and displaced persons across the continent. South Africa, through the South African Human Rights Commission, remains committed to supporting these efforts, ensuring that all migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers enjoy the protections to which they are entitled under the African Charter and national laws. I thank you, Chair.
شكرا لك على هذه المداخلة ويسرني الآن إلى الانتقال إلى المنظمات غير الحكومية فنبتدئ بمنظمة شركاء من أجل الشفافية السيدة
The partners for transparency that should you have the floor, please. Thank you. I'm trying to get the floor. Racial segregation, there is a deportation of many migrants from the south, sub-Saharan Africa. There are about 16,000 migrants, including women and children, who were expelled to Niger without any respect of an individual, considering individual cases, and this is in violation of the provisions of the African Charter on Human Rights on the rules. There's also the internally displaced persons who suffer from immunity situation consecutive to attacks orchestrated by the rapid forces. You have Alpha Share and other towns that were affected and that lost a lot of their potential. Several displaced persons and more than 100 persons were deported to other towns, especially the Dam refugee camps. And if these allegations are confirmed, they actually represent gross violation of the African Charter on the protection of camps. Honorable Vice Chairperson, we would like to express our solidarity, and we request that Algeria should be encouraged to stop expelling migrants, and also request that investigations will be conducted on the people who have been forced to leave Algeria, as well as issues in camps of migrants and displaced persons in Sudan. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
The African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum welcomes the opportunity to make a statement. We commend the Commission for adopting the study on the human rights impact of law enforcement on asylum seekers, refugees and migrants in Africa in October 2024. The study effectively underscores the key role played by law enforcement in perpetuating arbitrary deprivation of life, gender-based violence, unlawful detention and torture against migrants. While migrants have historically experienced discrimination in recent months, there has been heightened backlash against the rights of migrants. Governments around the world have resorted to extreme and violent measures to prevent and push back irregular arrivals, with law enforcement often used as that blunt instrument. At times, countries receiving African migrants have externalized their migration controls, shifting international protection duties towards migrants and refugees to other states. There are many examples of the European Union bilaterally continuing to outsource migration to governments in Africa. Documented violations, despite reports of severe human rights violations. Documented violations include torture, rape, other violence, sexual harassment, arbitrary arrest and detention, inhumane detention conditions, racist treatment, extortion and theft, and summary and collective expulsions. As pointed out in the study, it is clear that securitized border management, often on the basis of vaguely defined security concerns, has served as a cruel system of exclusion and discrimination. As further pointed out in the study, migrants, regardless of their legal status or their reasons for migrating, are entitled to international human rights. We therefore call on the African Commission to remind states that bilateral agreements should encapsulate the principles of non-discrimination, non-refoulement, and the protection of human dignity. In reviewing migration laws, policies, and bilateral agreements, states need to ensure that securitization is not the only factor influencing these policies. Urge African states to critically review bilateral arrangements and ensure that they align with regional and national priorities and do not compromise the rights and interests of migrants. Consider the development of guidelines to assist states in reviewing bilateral agreements to ensure they comply with international human rights law. Consider the development of guidelines for law enforcement to ensure compliance with human rights of migrants. And finally, to encourage states to collaborate and cooperate with civil society organizations to monitor and improve human rights-based training for law enforcement in the context of migration and in alignment with existing human rights frameworks. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, dear sir. الآن أحيل الكلمة إلى الصديق الأخ عبد الرحمن باشا معات. تفضل.
شكرا سيد نائب الرئيس، ونشكر سلمى على عرضها للتقرير. نحن في مؤسسة معهد للسلام والتنمية حقوق الإنسان نلاحظ استمرار التنقلات والتحركات القسرية في أفريقيا ولا سيما في إقليم الشمال بحثا عن ملاذ آمن وأكثر سلاما للمهاجرين واللاجئين، ولكن نثمن أيضا ما تعرضتم له في تقريركم اليوم وأمس حتى في حلقة النقاش.
During the panel on the stabilization of migration management, we forgot to mention this, and we would like to express gratitude for all that you said today. There is the situation of refugees in Egypt, and efforts have been made by the government to improve the situation of refugees in Egypt. Also, policies have been put in place in order to avoid camps for refugees, but unfortunately there are 900,000 non-Egyptians, especially those who have fled Sudan and Eritrea. The government has adopted law 460 relating to refugees as well as the rights of refugees, but the law should set up a body to deal with the situation of refugees, but up to now, no action has been undertaken. So the government should expedite the creation of this agency. Despite all the efforts that we've mentioned, there are a lot of challenges facing refugees. In Egypt, there's xenophobia and other hostile acts against refugees. So the refugees need to be given assistance, and the international bodies also should provide assistance to these refugees in Egypt. In the light of all that we've said, we recommend to the Egyptian government to establish a permanent committee for refugees, and we also urge donors to provide assistance to refugees in Egypt. There should also be a qualitative and quantitative assessment of the number of refugees, and there's also the need to ensure that there is mutual respect between displaced persons, refugees, and the local population or the host population. I thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice Chair. In the beginning, I would like to thank the Honorable Commissioner for the comprehensive report. But let me add some elements regarding migration trend in Northern Africa. Northern Africa has become a significant transit region for migrants, particularly those fleeing the conflict, persecution, and economic instability in sub-Saharan Africa. The region serves as a gateway for many seeking to reach Europe, yet it is faced with challenges that often undermine the safety and the right of migrants. The socio-economic challenges and political instability in the region exacerbate the vulnerabilities faced by this population, leading to increased discrimination and xenophobia. Systematic violation of migrants. Migrants in Northern Africa face a multitude of human rights violations, including refoulement. Many migrants are forcibly returned to their country of origin or transit without due process, exposing them to potential harm. Discrimination. Migrants, particularly those from Sub-Sahara, often encounter widespread of discrimination in access, employment, healthcare, and education. Denial of basic right, access to essential services is frequently denied. Population are isolated in incident, but part of systematic pattern that require immediate attention to action. Rise of discrimination, xenophobia, racism. The rise of discrimination, racism, and xenophobia towards migrants in Northern Africa is alarming. Economic challenges and political instability have fueled the negative attitude towards migrants, often portraying them as a burden on local community. Impact on social cohesion. Xenophobia attitude not only affect the targeted individual, but also undermine the fabric of society. Communities that foster discrimination and inclusion may experience a heightened tension. At the last, I have some recommendations we have made. So first, we condemn discrimination and xenophobia. The Commission should condemn all forms of discrimination, racism, and xenophobia against migrants in Northern Africa, particularly from those from Sub-Saharan. Respect the international obligations. State parties should respect their obligation under international and regional human rights instruments. Prohibit, and we insist on this, prohibit refoulement. State parties are urged to adopt and implement laws and policies that explicitly prohibit refoulement. All migrants should have access to asylum procedures and necessary services with fear of adoption. We call on also states in Northern Africa to adopt clear clear-cut laws on migrant issues. Thank you so much.
C'est moi qui vous thank, Monsieur Neji. Alors, je redonne la parole à l'honorable commissaire, Madame Salma, pour ses opinions.
Madam Salma for her final concluding remarks.
لجميع المتدخلين على ملاحظاتهم وعلى انشغالاتهم وكذلك على المعلومات التي أرادوا تقاسمها مع اللجنة والتي سوف نأخذها بعين الاعتبار. سوف أحاول في عجالة أن أرد على بعض هذه الانشغالات. أشكر المتدخلة من المؤسسة الوطنية لجنوب إفريقيا التي أثارت ربما انتباه اللجنة إلى ربما الحالة المزرية التي يتعرض لها المهاجرون الذين يحاولون الوصول إلى أوروبا من خلال المرور بالبحر الأبيض المتوسط، ونحن نعرف كل العقبات التي تواجههم خلال رحلتهم والتي تنتهي في الكثير من الحالات بالوفاة مثل ما ذكرناهم. ونؤكد لهم كذلك بأن اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب تتقاسم معهم نظرتهم حول الدور الإيجابي الذي يقدمه المهاجرون إلى المجتمعات المضيفة، والتي لا يجب أن ننظر إليهم دائما على أنهم حمل ثقيل على هذه المجتمعات. ربما أثيرت كذلك مسألة الاتفاقيات، وعادت هذه المسألة في أكثر من سؤال. الاتفاقيات التي تبرمها مجموعة من الدول الإفريقية سواء مع الاتحاد الأوروبي أو كذلك مع الدول الأوروبية بصورة ثنائية أو مع الولايات المتحدة الإفريقية، والتي كانت ربما السؤال يطرح على اللجنة ما هو موقفنا. هذا الموقف نحن حاولنا أن نتخذه أولا من خلال نشر تصريحات صحفية. قمنا بنشر تصريحين صحفيين حول هذه المسائل. البارحة قمنا بعقد نقاش حول هذه المسألة، وكل هذا من أجل إثارة انتباه ولفت انتباه الدول الإفريقية وباقي ربما أصحاب المصلحة حول التداعيات السلبية ربما التي يمكن أن تتمخض عن هذا النوع من الاتفاقيات على حقوق المهاجرين. وسوف نواصل على مستوى اللجنة الإفريقية تتبع هذه المسألة. كانت هناك كذلك ملاحظات حول حالة المهاجرين في مجموعة من دول إفريقيا الشمالية، والتي سوف تأخذها اللجنة بعين الاعتبار. من أجل كذلك كان هناك ملاحظة حول وإشارة من السيد شان من أبكوف حول الدراسة التي أطلقتها اللجنة الإفريقية في السنة الماضية في سنة 2024 حول إنفاذ القانون وتداعياته على المهاجرين وطالبي اللجوء واللاجئين. وتواصل اللجنة الإفريقية نشاطاتها من أجل نشر هذه الدراسة وطلب ربما استعمالها من طرف الدول وكذلك من طرف أصحاب المصلحة. أخذنا بعين الاعتبار جميع التوصيات التي وجهت للجنة فيما يتعلق بهذا التقرير. أكتفي بهذا الحد من الأجوبة سيد الرئيس وأعيد لكم الكلمة.
Je vous remercie, honorable commissaire Selma Sassi-Safer. Je voudrais vous féliciter et
I thank you very much, and I know that you've complied with the obligation of presenting your intersessional report in line with the Charter and pursuant to our rules of procedure. This brings to an end the consideration of the items. Now, can I come back to item 5 and have statements from civil society organizations? But before that, we've received a request for right of response from Angola. Honorable Delegate of Angola, you have the floor for your right of response. 7 minutes.
Honorable Chair, with your permission, we would like to address the question addressed to us on the allegation presented by the rapporteur on torture, Commissioner Atim. We would like to state the following. In Angola, the freedom of speech is under our constitution. It is therefore one of the pillars for democracy that is exercised according to the law. On 28 July and August 1st this year, some organized groups and radical elements at the margins of the law committed destruction acts, destructing public and private assets, and the use of force by the police in situation of risk and this kind of menace, and in the context of disturbance of public order within the communities, is a constitutional prerogative of the Angolan state. People's security and their property is essential for the state survival and public survival, and as it happens in any country in the world, when the freedoms and fundamental rights are violated, the state has to intervene. With regard to the representative of ASOG, we would like to respond in the following way. Economic diversification is a priority for the social and economic development of Angola. In recent years, the government has been investing a lot in agriculture. It is therefore we strongly condemn acts of land expropriation. The issue that was presented, if it is true, it has an isolated act that is going to be addressed by the competent authorities in conformity with our legislation. Let me also state that the Article 7, line 7, Article 19 of the land law, the provision ensures a guarantee of the protection of rural communities. And luckily, the penal law also criminalize the land grabbing. On the other hand, there are other development programs of family affirm our commitment in the promotion of social justice in respect of human dignity as an essential element for the protection of the human rights. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
The Commission thanks you and takes due note of the statement delivered. I now call on NGO Collective of Association Against Impunity in Togo for their statement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, Mesdames et Messieurs. Le collectif des associations contre l'impunité au Togo, l'Observatoire togolais des médias et l'Organisation mondiale contre la torture tiennent avant tout propos à vous féliciter pour votre élection ainsi que le vice-président Aitem comme nouveau bureau de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Nous tenons aussi à saluer le bureau sortant. En l'occurrence les honorables Rémy Ngoy Lungu et honorable Janet Salah Ndiaye, pour le travail remarquable qu'ils ont eu à faire durant leur mandat. Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, nous saluons les efforts du gouvernement togolais dans le cadre du respect des engagements qu'ils ont eu à prendre sur le plan international. Toutefois, nous souhaiterions mettre en lumière deux enjeux fondamentaux. Au prime abord, nous voudrions mettre en lumière les restrictions d'accès à Internet et l'usage excessif du recours à la force. De juin à septembre 2025, Monsieur le Président, les autorités togolaises ont imposé de sévères restrictions d'accès à Internet, rendant inaccessibles les principales plateformes de communication. Cette mesure, non justifiée par une nécessité légitime, ni proportionnée, a porté une atteinte directe au droit à la liberté d'expression, à l'information et à la participation citoyenne. Elle a aussi eu des impacts considérables sur la vie économique et sociale du pays, tant qu'elle a restreint l'accès à des transactions en ligne, aux activités commerciales, mais aussi financières. Surtout, ces restrictions ont entravé le travail crucial des journalistes, des défenseurs des droits de l'homme et des organisations de la société civile dans la documentation et le signalement.
And the reporting of cases of human rights which occurred during the peaceful demonstrations, and depriving the Togolese population of vital means of communication. The Togolese state disproportionately limited or kept the right to freedom of expression in violation of its international obligations, especially Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Chair and Honorable Commissioners, this took place against the backdrop of extreme crackdown of demonstrations, and the demonstrations were organized against the socio-political situation in the country, and there were about 5 deaths and 150 arrests, and then 22 cases of torture, and this took place against the backdrop of systematic crackdown of all peaceful gathering and demonstration. The demonstration as the restrictions undermine citizen confidence, erode the confidence of citizens, and hamstring the work of human rights defenders. So we invite the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to recommend to Togolese state the following: ensure continued access to internet, and ensure that all restrictions, if should be done in line with the law and should be under independent judicial control. 2, ensure the protection of journalists and human rights defenders and civil society organizations, and then the law which curbs the activities of human rights defenders. And 3, establish a national consultation framework with civil society actors to ensure freedom of expression and action. And 4, make the legal framework regulating the media and social media, bring them in line with international norms that Togo has sent, and end harassment of civil society actors. 6, open impartial investigation in case of death and torture so that those responsible account for their actions. And then 7, adopt a measure at penal code to avoid overcrowding in prison. Chair and Commissioners, we thank you very much. Well, it's rather our duty to thank you for making your statement within the allotted time. Now, Global Alliance for Community and Rights and Law. International OES, Mr. Ahmed Gaber Fadali.
Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, International Lawyers Organization welcomes this opportunity to address the Commission. While we commend your proactive efforts, we must sound a clear alarm. The African human rights system faces simultaneous crises of protection and institutional integrity that demand your immediate and resolute action. First, on institutional integrity, the Commission's authority rests on its independence and efficiency. We must express profound concern over 2 issues. 1, the persistent failure to educate urgent communications with necessary expedition. This backlog, structurally acknowledged in your own planning, often renders any eventual remedy obsolete for victims. 2, any instance or appearance where commissioners' engagements with states may be seen to rationalize or justify human rights violations. The Commission's impartiality as the guardian of the Charter is non-negotiable. Second, on specific country situations, in Egypt, we note a systematic erosion of fundamental rights. The pattern is one of repression, arbitrary detention, reports of torture, and proceedings that flagrantly violate due process under Article 7 of the Charter. We urge the Commission to utilize its full mandate to address this, including by expediting the numerous long-pending cases against the state. In Sudan, the human rights catastrophe escalates. We welcome your June 2025 resolution extending the fact-finding mission's mandate. However, documented attacks on civilians, including shellings of a mosque and a community kitchen, constitute gross violations of the right to life under Article 4. Monitoring is not enough. The Commission must urgently demand safe passage for civilians trapped in conflict zones. Third, on a grave continental complicity. We are witnessing the facilitation by African states, including Djibouti and South Sudan, in the unlawful expulsion and rendition of vulnerable individuals by non-African states, notably the United States. The deportation of refugees to countries like South Sudan, where they have no connection, violates due process, constitutes arbitrary detention, and amounts to enforced disappearance. This makes these African states complicit in serious violations of Articles 6, 7, and 12 of the Charter. We call on the Commission to move beyond public statements and issue a decisive resolution condemning this complicity and upholding the African protection system against outsourcing. Fourth, on Palestine, we call the Commission's previous condemnations, we recall the Commission's previous condemnations in light of the UN Commission of Inquiry September 2025 finding. We now call on this body to unequivocally condemn the actions of Israel and its allies as genocide. The African Commission must align itself with this definitive legal determination. Finally, on climate justice, we commend the Commission's initiative to develop a general comment on the right to environment. This is essential. We urge you to prioritize the completion of your study on climate change, ensuring it incorporates the fundamental principles of common but differentiated responsibilities and the polluter-pays principle. Let us be clear. Claims of a lack of resources for climate finance are refuted by the global surge in military spending. This is a political choice, one that directly compromises the human rights of African populations. Chairperson, this Commission stands at a crossroads. We urge you to address internal deficits while boldly confronting repression in Egypt, atrocities in Sudan, genocide in Palestine, and the integrity-threatening complicity in illegal renditions. The credibility of the continent's human rights system depends on your courage and action. Thank you.
La Commission vous remercie. J'appelle à présent le Centre.
Give the floor to the Center of Study on Nonviolence and Reconciliation. Marie Izobo, you have the floor. I now give the floor to the African Forum on Police Forces. I now give a call on the Global Coalition Against Death Sentence. Chair, Commissioners, distinguished participants in the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Human and People's Rights. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for giving the floor. And I have the responsibility of delivering this statement on behalf of the Coalition Against Death Sentence, the Tunisian Coalition Against Death Sentence, Niger Coalition Against Death Sentence, and then FIACAT of the DRC. Our organization welcomes the effort made by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Pan-African Parliament and African Union to advance the process of the adoption of the additional protocol to the Charter on the abolition of death penalty in Africa, and call on all states that have committed to the test to embark on the process of adoption. Honorable Commissioners, in 2024, we noted with enthusiasm the progress made in abolishing death penalty on the African continent. Our organization commends Cote d'Ivoire and Zambia, which have ratified the second optional protocol to the Covenant on Civic and Political Rights. For the first time, 2/3 of member states of the United Nations General Assembly voted in favor of the 10th resolution on a moratorium on executions. In 33 member states of the African Union, the year ended with an encouraging note because Zimbabwe abolished the death penalty, becoming the 28th state in Africa to adopt that measure. Honorable participants of this assembly, that's the efforts to make Africa the continent to abolish death penalty completely continues, and we continue to urge Somalia to continue to join in the effort. We also express we encourage all the countries of the African Union, especially the DRC, Chad, Burkina Faso, not to take a step back, but to take steps to ensure total abolition of the death penalty and the ratification of international treaties on the abolition of the death penalty. Honorable Chairperson, for the second year, on 10th October 2025, the World Day Against Death Penalty focused on the erroneous concept that death penalty made communities more safer. If security was meant as absence of danger, its interpretation was used politically to justify security policies. Penal justice and key issues relating to security are poorly defined, and which could which will lead to violation of human rights. Chair and honorable commissioners, we should state it clearly: death penalty does not protect anyone. It violates human dignity. It increases social and economic inequalities and disproportionately affect vulnerable groups. To ensure durable security, states would have to meet the real needs of their population, deal with the drivers of crime, violence, and adopt a human security-based approach. I thank you for your kind attention. The Commission rather thanks you and urge you to remain committed to the working group on death penalty so that you can advance the issues that we've mentioned. I now give the floor to African Forum on the Surveillance of Police Forces. Akof, you have the floor.
Yeah, I missed it the first time. The translation was very difficult.
Je vous prie de vous adresser à la Commission à partir du pupitre.
The African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum, on behalf of the global campaign to decriminalize poverty and status, welcomes the opportunity to make this statement. Our statement concerns an urgent need for the Commission to address shrinking civic space across Africa and to take action against growing criminalization of dissent, poverty, and status. Campaign partners across Africa have extensively documented how colonial-era petty offense laws are routinely used to target the poorest and most marginalized. In its adoption of principles on the decriminalization of petty offenses in Africa, the Commission acknowledged that these laws, which remain in force in many African countries, are relics of the colonial era and are used as tools for social control, repression, and marginalization on the basis of poverty and status. Over the past few years, the work of the campaign has also increasingly highlighted how the same colonial-era logic on criminalization is being extended to silence human rights defenders, journalists, and communities who exercise their right to freedom of association and assembly to protest injustice. Across Africa, outdated colonial-era sedition and public order laws are being revived and weaponized against those seeking to exercise their rights of freedom of expression, assembly, and association. These laws are designed to protect executive authority, operate to shield governments from criticism and accountability. They include vaguely drafted colonial-era sedition and public order laws to newer laws such as cybercrime, unlawful or unauthorized assembly, or even terrorism. Continued overuse of criminal law by states, including arbitrary and discriminatory criminal laws, has led to a number of human rights violations, and these perpetuate the stigma of harmful gender stereotypes and discrimination. Those who are criminalized are deprived of the protection of the law. Criminalized communities, and particularly women, are often more likely to need the very protections they are denied. While the misuse of these laws to suppress dissent and criticism of government is prevalent across much of the continent, we have seen high-profile examples of this pattern in a number of countries. In Kenya, recent protests marking Saba Saba anniversary resulted in 1,500 arrests, with the use of charges under terrorism, criminal and cyber crime laws being described as weaponizing the law to silence dissent. In Nigeria, journalists have been arrested for violations of cybercrime laws, often without resultant charges for reporting on corruption. Sedition laws have been used to silence reporting dissent, including Lesotho, where activists are charged with criticism of the Prime Minister in a video about youth unemployment. In Eswatini, pro-democracy members of parliament received long sentences under Sedition and Subversion Activities Act for advocating for political reform. Pro-democracy, human rights lawyers have also been prosecuted and threatened. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights enshrines the right to freedom of expression, association, and assembly, as well as the right to participate in public life. Systemic misuse of the criminal law to punish poverty and activism undermines these protections. In conclusion, we therefore urge the Commission to adopt a resolution condemning the continued use of colonial-era sedition, public order, and similar laws to criminalize dissent, and call on state parties to the Charter to repeal and amend in line with the Charter and the guidelines on freedom of association and assembly. To integrate the use of criminalization of activism into its ongoing work on the decriminalization of petty offenses, through implementation of principles on the decriminalization of petty offenses and the African Court on Human and People's Rights advisory opinion in this regard, recognizing them as interconnected tools of repression that target facing criminalization, including by mandating the special rapporteurs on policing, human rights defenders, and freedom of expression to jointly monitor and report on this trend. Thank you.
The Commission thanks you for your statement. I now give the floor to Center for Resources for Transformation. They're not here. Now I now give the floor to Association Altogether Against Death Penalty. They are not here. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, I am delivering this statement on behalf of all against death penalty. Of the 55 member states, 28 have abolished the death penalty, and 18 observe moratorium on executions, and 9 have still retained death penalty. In November 2024, the African Commission adopted Resolution 1614 call on African states to vote in favor of the UN resolution on moratorium on the application of the death penalty, and we're happy that during the vote, 33 member states of the African Union, that is 4 more than 2022, voted in favor of the moratorium, and 12 abstained, and only 3 states were absent and 6 voted against. And under the resolution, the African Commission also called on African states to which maintain death penalty to maintain an official moratorium and share their experiences and adopt legislative reforms to resolve the number of crimes that attract death penalty, and also ensure that those who are on death penalty are able to exercise their right, and also call on them to abolish the penalty. We all hope, Chairperson, the Maghreb Network Against Death Penalty calls on the Maghreb states to maintain the moratorium on executions, work to amend the laws to abolish death penalty or reduce the number of crimes which attract death penalty, promote national dialogue, guarantee the respect of the rights of prisoners, including those who have been sentenced to death, and ratify the second optional protocol relating to the International Covenant on Civic and Political Rights, and support the adoption of additional protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights relating to the abolition of death penalty. I've concluded. And so, Honorable Chair and Honorable Vice Chair, I would like to, on behalf of the Tunisian Coalition Against Death Penalty and on behalf of the Maghreb Network Against Death Penalty, would like to congratulate you for your election and wish you success in the discharge of your mandate. Thank you. The Commission thanks you, Mr. Latif. I now give the floor to the Center for Reproductive Rights, Nyonkebe Jogu. They are not here. I now give the floor to March for Peace, Mr. Abdurrahman.
Mr. Chairperson and Mr. Vice Chair, in the light of the wide-ranging developments in human rights environment in North Africa region, human rights defenders are experiencing major challenges. While MAT notes the human rights breakthroughs witnessed in a number of countries in North Africa, such as Egypt, which is witnessing positive human rights changes, as where presidential pardons made, like in September, 6 detainees, human rights activists, most notably activist Al Abdel Fattah, and 5 others were released, while in October, 18 other human rights defenders were released also. However, MAT calls on other steps to release all the human rights defenders in prison. There is also a need to amend the new criminal procedure law, which has a lot of gaps affect the work of human rights defenders and also the people themselves. Meanwhile, in Mauritania, the government is working to overcome human rights challenges. Authorities released environmental activist Ala Ould Bakkar last June after months of detention. And also in Algeria, as the National Assembly adopted a new model for security and judicial governance in July, which is viewed as means of controlling human rights activism. Meanwhile, the number of opinion activists in Algerian prisons reached 243 as of September 2025. In Tunisia, where human rights defenders are persecuted, in April 2025, Tunisian courts issued harsh sentences against 40 detainees with prison terms ranging from 13 to 66 years on allegations of conspiring against state security. Mr. Chairperson, in this context, MAT calls on the Egyptian and Mauritanian governments to activate national mechanisms that ensure they consider submitting lists of pardons for human rights activists. MAT also calls on the government of Algeria and Tunisia to reaffirm their commitment to respecting freedoms of opinion and expression by working to develop national strategies to protect freedom of expression, recognizing and defining the vital role of human rights defenders. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bassa. I now give the floor to the World Organization Against Torture. Now I give the floor to the Alliance for Africa. I give the floor to the Ivorian Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. I give the floor to the Global Alliance of Communities and Alternative Health of Cameroon.
Vous m'indiquez pour quelle organisation vous intervenez.
Can you identify?
La parole.
Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Women and People's Rights, Commissioners, party representatives, national rights institutions, and civil society representatives, all protocol observed. would like to submit the Statement of Equality Now, the agenda item on the human rights situation in Africa. Would like to clarify that this is the official statement on record. We apologize for an earlier confusion where this was read as an intervention on the activity report of Commissioner Mwadega. Our first item is a call for follow-up on the implementation of the decision in Communication 686 of 2018, Association of Female Lawyers, Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa and Equality Now versus the Democratic Republic of Congo. We welcome the decision, which pertains to atrocities committed by the Congolese military personnel in Fizi Territory, South Kivu, including rape, murder, torture, looting and destruction of houses. We appreciate that the Commission recognized the gendered nature of the violence and ordered comprehensive remedies, including compensation of the victims, prosecution and sanction of those responsible for the atrocities within 6 months. We urge the Commission to ensure robust implementation by following up on the submission of a compliance report within 180 days by the Democratic Republic of Congo and convening a compliance hearing. We also want to raise the alarm over the retrogressive framing of family values in Africa by the anti-gender movement. They've conceptualized the family as constituting the traditional male-headed nuclear family of a husband, wife, and children, which imposes a narrow, patriarchal, and heteronormative definition of the family. We also call the attention of the Commission to the proposed African Charter on Sovereignty and Family Values that is being developed without participation by African women rights organizations and the mandated organs of the African Union. We urge the African Commission to call on member states to ensure that all family-related laws and policies are grounded in the Maputo Protocol's guarantee of equality in marriage and the family, Article 6, the right of women to live in a positive cultural context, Article 17, and the preservation of African values based on the principles of equality, peace, freedom, dignity, justice, solidarity, and democracy as espoused in the preamble. We call for member states to ensure that their laws are harmonized with Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol. We also call for an end to sex trafficking and sexual exploitation, which continue to deny survivors justice, reinforce gender inequality, and perpetuate cycles of poverty across Africa. For instance, in Kenya, investigative reports expose how girls as young as 13 are sexually exploited by truck drivers, with retroaction taken against perpetrators, while in Uganda, a sex trafficking ring targeting vulnerable young women for degrading sex trade in Dubai, often under the guise of employment opportunities, results in the death of women as exposed by the BBC. We urge the Commission to reaffirm that sexual exploitation and sex trafficking are grave violations of human rights and demand full investigation and accountability. We appreciate the Commission for its audience and congratulate you on your election, Chairperson.
The Commission thanks you for your statement and takes note of that. I shall now give the floor to the Secretariat for some housekeeping. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for giving the floor. The Secretariat of the Commission would like to inform participants of the following. Now, the first announcement relates to a slight change in the program for tomorrow. So, the panel initially programmed to take place on Sunday, 26 will take place tomorrow. That is the panel on the 18th newsletter will take place from 11:30 to 12:30 tomorrow. So we invite the distinguished participants to take into consideration the adjustment in the program. And the second announcement is as follows. We want to inform you that there's an invitation has to be issued by Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa. It's organizing a reception today from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the office of the institution. So thank you very much and see you tomorrow. And this brings to an end the items on our agenda this afternoon. And I wish you all a good day. And since we've exhausted all the items on the agenda, the meeting is adjourned tomorrow at 9.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights.